صباح الخير جميعاً. ندعوكم للجلوس في المقاعد حتى نبدأ يومنا الثالث والأخير.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can proceed.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، أعضاء غرفة تجارة وصناعة البحرين وأصحاب الأعمال الكرام، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. نرحب بكم في اليوم الثالث والأخير من فعاليات المنتدى العالمي لرواد الأعمال والاستثمار للعام 2024، والذي ينعقد في نسخته الخامسة تحت رعاية صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، وبتنظيم مشترك من مكتب ترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا التابع لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية في مملكة البحرين، وبالتعاون مع غرفة تجارة وصناعة البحرين والأمانة العامة لجامعة الدول العربية واتحاد الغرف العربية والبنك العربي للتنمية الاقتصادية في أفريقيا وصندوق التضامن الإسلامي للتنمية تحت شعار تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة من خلال تعزيز الابتكار والنمو الاقتصادي، حيث تلتقي النخب بهدف الخروج بتوصيات مشتركة ورؤى نيرة لمعالجة مختلف التحديات العالمية التي تواجه رواد الأعمال والاستثمار في ظل أهداف التنمية المستدامة.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the third and final day of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2024, being held under the patronage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa. We promise you a day filled with insightful and thought-provoking sessions.
حضورنا الكريم، أولى جلساتنا لهذا اليوم تحمل عنوان النساء والسلام والأمن، حيث سنتعرف سوية على كيفية تعزيز الاستقرار في البلدان المتأثرة بالنزاعات من خلال تمويل رائدات الأعمال النساء.
Ladies and gentlemen, we begin our day with the first panel for today, themed Women, Peace and Security, how to promote stability in conflict-affected areas by funding female entrepreneurs. For that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call the moderator to the stage, founder and CEO of Gender Equity Diversity Investment, Sophia Swire. Allow me to also call our panelists, CEO of Hilmandi Solar Green Tech and Agribusiness Production and Trading, Malalai Hilmandi. Founder and CEO of Solar Foods Green Tech and Agribusiness, Dr. Ala Saleh Hamadatu. CEO of Introx Venture Green AI Accelerator, Shad Al-Islam bin Mhaysin. Green Energy Startup Founder Tahani Abu Daqqa. founder and CEO of KISK, a SaaS and green tech company, Basima Abdulrahman. Sophia, I hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you. All the best. Thank you so much. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, Sheikh Ibrahim and Syed Hadi. Thank you so much for being here. Where would we be without our knights in shining armor? My name is Sophia Swire, and I'm a serial social entrepreneur and gender lens investor. That means for the last 10 years, I've chosen to invest in businesses founded and led by women. Why? Because venture-backed women-led businesses outperform their male counterparts. They're more sustainable, they return more on capital, and they exit faster. As I hope you can tell, I'm British. But for over 3 decades now, I've been working to promote peace and stability in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So you may say that my heart and my soul belongs in the Islamic world. More recently, I've been focused on Afghan asylum seekers and refugees. For the next hour, we're going to be centering our discussion on a topic very close to my heart, the intersection of peace, security, and female entrepreneurship. We're going to give you some tangible, practical examples of steps that can be taken to deliver the Manama Declaration on Entrepreneurship and Innovation for Development, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have an incredibly talented and experienced panel, and I'll introduce you to these amazing ladies later. They are among the most inspirational founders I have ever met, and I'd like to give a special thank you to UNIDO for, in the most extraordinary way, getting them from conflict zones, active conflict zones like Gaza, like Sudan, to the stage here today, and to post-conflict countries such as Afghanistan and Iraq, to share their stories. We also have an amazing young lady from Algeria. She lives between Algiers and the UAE. But first, I'd like to introduce you to Nicola Tucci, who'll speak for 10 minutes on EU MIPEP, which stands for Multi-Educational Programme for Employment in Migration-Affected Areas, quite a mouthful. This entity addresses the root causes of irregular migration for displaced people in Africa. Nicola is Senior Governance, Legal and Environmental Policy Expert for the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation in Cairo. He leads the EU MPEP programme, bringing over 17 years of experience in EU programs for research and innovation and technology transfer for both the public and the private sectors. Over to you, Nicola.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for UNIDO to give me the possibility to be here to present this, I would say, best practice we have in Egypt. We are talking about TVET. So how TVET, Technical Vocational Education and Training, can help women, peace and security, and should be a solution for stability. Before starting to talk about MPEP, I would like to focus on some problems and challenges. First of all, as you know, peace and stability are crucial for any society, and the role of illegal migration should be considered pivotal and should be considered one of the main threats to the stability. This is the first point. And Egypt is one of the main countries that suffer from illegal migration. There are several studies proving this. One of these is Egypt as a country of origin produced by the European Union. Okay. And we are talking about the 10th of Ramadan. 10th of Ramadan is one of the city located in the governorate of Sharqiya. And Sharqiya, with more than 4,000 square kilometers, is one of the governorate in Egypt with the major poverty line, because we are talking, even if is a governorate where we can talk about industrialized area, this is one of the most important governorate where we have this kind of problems. And therefore MEPEP is going from one side to implement activities to reduce irregular migration, but on the other side we try to curbing immigration rates in Sharqiya. And that's MEPEP. MEPEP, as anticipated by Sofia, is the multi-educational program for employment promotion in migrated affected area. Is funded by the European Union, and this is our model. Basically, we are improving the TVET sector in Egypt, and in this way, we are able to reduce the irregular migration and impacting on a more inclusive and social economical environment. Therefore, encouraging peace and security. These are the stakeholders. As you can see, we target the problem engaging two crucial ministries in Egypt: the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Educational Technical Education. The program is composed by three main components. The first one is the acquisition by trainers and students of the necessary skills to improve the TVET. The second one is the enhancement of physical infrastructure in Sharqiya, and in particular in 10th of Ramadan. And the third point, that is one more important for the panel of today, is how to promote connection with local market. So how to improve and encourage the entrepreneurship. This is the first point. We are implementing 12 new sectors in TVET, starting from welding, electronics, and then safety and first aid and green energy. We are refurbishing a vocational training center. And we build up from the scratch of new buildings. In particular, this one, we decided to call it Serena. Serena stands for Sharqiya Eco-Friendly Resilient Educational Area, and is the first ever eco-friendly sustainable building constructed in 10th of Ramadan. So we are trying to promote the message that we can do and we can be environmentally friendly. So in the building, in the new building, we try to implement any kind of solutions to reduce the impact on the environment, to reduce the consumption. And the last point, the most important point, and is the point that links me to the panel of today, is based on the two best practices that today I'm showing you. We selected two entrepreneurs, two female entrepreneurs, able to use the instruments provided by this program to build up an entrepreneur activity in Sharqiya, and in particular in 10th of Ramadan. The first case is Ala Salem. She graduated in 10th of Ramadan, and she created a new, she became a textile designer and founded a local project that is called Mafrushat. Sorry for my pronunciation, but as you can easily see, I'm living in Egypt, but I'm not Egyptian. I think this is clear. Her dream is to enlarge her enterprise and open her local brand shop in the field of fashion and textiles. We are providing these people also with this kind of instruments, because we are not only giving and creating new curricula. We are trying to explain how during the study and after the study you can impact in the right way with the market. So improving the entrepreneur's skills of each person and each female. The second one, I don't know, I don't have time to show you the video, but maybe one time, or if you go to the website of MEPEP, you can find the video. It's based on the experience of the engineer Rania this is more difficult, Bashbishi, and she started studying in 10th of Ramadan. Then, as you can see, she's not a young entrepreneur, but she had the opportunity to get advantage of the courses received in 10th of Ramadan, and in her personal entrepreneur experience, she used the added value we provided. And she's owner and manager of a maintenance center service. It's very strange for a woman, but this should happen. So, this is the point that I want to stress. The last point, that is the summary of my introduction, because it wants to be an introduction to the speakers of today, important entrepreneurs coming from real complex areas. And I don't want to talk about Gaza, but Algeria or other countries in Africa and in Middle East. This is the message. If we enhance the TVET, we can reduce the irregular migration. And if we reduce the irregular migration, we can favor it, and we can improve the security and the peace. That's it. Thank you.
So I'm now going to share a short presentation that will touch on my experience of leaving a career in the city in finance to deliver technical and vocational training enterprise training to women in conflict-affected countries over 3.5 decades, to planning the launch of JEDI, the first dedicated venture capital fund for women across the Arab world. So the women who've come together to plan and launch JEDI are among the most prominent female leaders in business and investment in the MENA region. We've raised an army of JEDIs to deliver this mission, but more about that later. The entity is going to be investing in the kinds of companies that can help to mitigate the migrant crisis by digitizing access to education, to health, and to finance. It's very important that displaced people are able to engage in the global economy. And we're also going to be investing in companies that speed up the green energy transition in the MENA region. So this is the core team. Maha Al-Fahim is a very distinguished lady from Abu Dhabi. She leads one of the biggest family offices, and she has an extraordinary track record. I touched on my background earlier. Over the course of 3 decades, I've established 200 schools for girls on the Afghan-Pakistan border. They were private sector-led, and within a couple of years became independent. We gave them small grants. We gave the teachers teacher training classes and some school books and equipment. And because there was skin in the game from the local people, they were fee-paying. The vast majority of these 200 schools are still around, providing a bulwark against the rise of more extremist factions in places like Chitral and on the border areas between Afghanistan and Pakistan. In the last couple of years, we've evacuated hundreds of Afghan women and girls and brought them to safety. This is the small army that we're raising, the Jedi Network, and I very much hope that some of you will join us in this endeavor. So all of you are more than aware of the exceptional opportunities available in the climate and sustainability space. What you may not be so aware of is that, according to the Institute of Economics and Peace, there could be as many as 1.2 billion people displaced by climate and conflict by the year 2050. So it's vitally important that we do what we can to invest in digital solutions that will enable the agencies such as the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees, the IRC, the IOM, etc., to deliver the necessary humanitarian aid. I spoke to the head of the UNHCR in Geneva a couple of months ago, and she told me that there was a 4 billion shortfall in their annual budget. What better way to close this gap than by digitizing vital services such as education and health? One of the reasons that we've decided to focus on Arab-led businesses, females in this region, is that women are experiencing a renaissance in this part of the world. The women on this panel will blow your mind. I think they certainly impress me deeply. In spite of the fact that they are the leading lights in their respective countries, they've all struggled to get the necessary funding to help them scale their businesses. Globally, this is a problem for female founders. Believe it or not, in 2024, 2% of private equity and venture capital funding goes to talented female founders. In this part of the world, it's less than 0.5%. So we want to help close that gap and also unlock and unleash the potential of this untapped pool of female talent. In many countries in this part of the world, as I'm sure you're aware, the majority of graduates are women. Many of them are studying the STEM subjects. Several of them are studying in the US, the UK, and other world universities and coming back to their countries, and then they're simply not getting the funding support and network support that they need to really scale their businesses. And it's vitally important that we start to back female talent in the world. For every 2% increase in senior management of women in companies, there is a proportionate 1% drop in CO2 emissions. So just by promoting more women to senior leadership in your businesses, you're having a tangible, practical, immediate impact on climate. The countries that we have selected are what the EBRD calls CEMED. These are countries that are disproportionately affected both by climate change and by internally and externally displaced people, the migrant crisis. These are the sectors that we're focusing on. And we believe that by focusing on these sectors, we're enabling governments to deliver on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the other local green, like the Vision 2030 and the other green targets. We have an extraordinary number of exceptionally exciting investment opportunities. We've identified more than 150 women-led businesses in the sectors that we're looking to invest in. This is a small selection of them, and at the top there, we have KESK, Basima's company, which we'll tell you about later. So this is a fund. I must say that we're not yet registered or regulated, so this is a fund in formation, and we're looking to invest from seed to Series A. And we are speaking to investors in the GCC, to governments in the UK and in the rest of Europe and the US, and we have a lot of interest. We very, very much invite you and hope that you'll join our network and be a part of this extraordinary journey. And I'd love you to meet some of the extraordinary women who've inspired us to take this path. Thank you. So I'm now going to introduce you to our panel. To my left, I have my dear friend Malalai Helmandi, who's a very distinguished Afghan entrepreneur, a leader in private sector-driven innovation in Afghanistan and sustainability efforts, a former lawyer trained in the US. She and her husband are working on renewable energy, including the country's largest solar company, sustainable agriculture, and supporting local communities. I've known Malalai for 15 years, and we've both witnessed firsthand the unfortunate impact of conflict on women and children. Next, we have Ala Hamando, a Sudanese entrepreneur. Ala is a pioneer social entrepreneur, graduated as a dental surgeon. She has her master's degree in impact entrepreneurship from the Catholic University in Milan. She started a solar power plant despite the ongoing conflict in her country. Her family business manufactures solar ovens, but Ala's main focus is solar-powered food drying and distribution, including export. During the war, her factory was destroyed, but she continues to work with farmers to help them export their products. Solar Food Sudan still manufactures solar ovens in the country, serving her father's legacy. But she quit dentistry to prove that solar dryers can work on an industrial scale. Ala is also a single mother of 3 daughters. Next to her, we have Chada El-Islam Ben Mahsin, an Algerian entrepreneur. She's also an extraordinary young woman, a Renaissance woman. She started off in the oil and gas sector, working with General Electric and Baker Hughes throughout the Middle East and beyond, before launching the Algeria and UAE-registered venture studio for AI and green energy, Entrogex. With an incredible network of female founders, she's also JEDI's future venture partner for Algeria. Next to her, we have the incredibly inspiring founder and humanitarian Tahani Abu Daka, a Palestinian entrepreneur who has joined us from Gaza. She started her career as a teacher in fashion, went on to become the Minister of Sports and Culture in Gaza. She's an extraordinary humanitarian, as we will hear. She also runs the largest solar power company in Gaza. Finally, we have Basima Abdurrahman, an Iraqi entrepreneur who started her career as a consultant after winning her master's in structural engineering in the US, and she's now running KESK, a fast-growing green tech company that provides solar energy coupled with software solutions. So ladies, all of you live and work in countries that are either active war zones or post-conflict. How useful do you find the UN SDGs in guiding your strategies, and how will your companies help to deliver them? Malalai.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank His Majesty, the Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and the Prime Minister of Bahrain for putting this program together and for allowing us to come and be part of your this glorious event. Secondly, Mr. Bahroumi and Dr. Hashim from UNIDO, thank you for making this opportunity available to all of us. And Sophia Swire, dear friend, esteemed colleague, whose goodness and impact-driven initiatives for the past 15 years that I've known her are certainly something to be written in the books for everyone else to follow. The thing with the UN SDGs is that, I think somebody said it yesterday or the day before yesterday, that it is the first set of measurable goals that everyone agrees upon. They're very straightforward. They are things that every society should have, irrespective of whether there is a goal to be put before it. But it's also a sad reality that we're very much behind. In Afghanistan, I'm not even so sure if there is anything talks about the SDGs. So, for me personally, and my husband, and our friends in Afghanistan, we look at these SDGs and we look at them as a sense of responsibility as entrepreneurs, as people and members of our communities, that I do not need to necessarily go out to the donor community and ask them to make something a reality that I believe is my responsibility and obligation as a person living in Afghanistan. So when we look at our own business and our communities in Kabul and in Kandahar, our Green Mountain Village in Kabul, which is about 80 families, very, very poor, and as well as our village farm, which is also outside of the main city of Kandahar, we regularly look at what can we do to empower our communities. How can we offer them opportunities for education? So we have our own masjid that we've built that is not owned by the government, but we do provide education for the youngsters. For clean water and sanitation, we have a community of Bedouins that are no longer moving around, but they still live in their huts and their tents. What can we do to empower them so that they can continue to live their nomadic life to the best of whatever they want, but still offer them opportunities for healthcare and education? So our solution is a school for them. Our solution is a clinic that we've put together for them. So it's those little things that entrepreneurs can take on their own in communities and bring other entrepreneurs together in order to have their own businesses meet these goals and be able to meet on them regularly, quarterly, annually, and see what else, what can be done and what is already being done in order to bring these changes on a community level.
Thank you, Malalai. Chada, what do the UN SDGs mean to you and your business?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamualaikum alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Safiya. Thank you, everyone in here, for being with us, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, also Dr. Hashim and entire staff of UNIDO. Thank you for inviting us in here and in this esteemed panel, and this esteemed, actually, also participants in this place. To your question, Sophia, regarding what UN SDGs exactly we're focusing on in here, I would like to mention that it's a responsibility for each and every one of us first to see in their path every single day what they are doing towards the USDGs. USDGs are a responsibility as much as a right for each and every one in this planet, and for that fight and for that specific, I would say, belief, it's not just for us as entrepreneurs or NGOs or basically entities to care about that, but it's in fact a responsibility for each and every one. And that was my belief from very early on, I would say, when I was a student actually, and I was active in the Scouts and so on and so forth. And with that, I took this with me, I would say close to my heart in that aspect. I was volunteering here and there, and then I found out it's the real place to make an impact and to actually really see the USDGs in action is to have a business. And through that business, to basically expand expend basically the impact again of those USDGs, right? And throughout my corporate life, for more than a decade, I was actually in the heart of the energy and producing the energy, and I was trying as much as we can to basically also live to the heart of the USDGs through that. And in specific, talking here about USDG 7, where actually we're talking about clean energy, and I thought, actually, we can do more than that. And actually, again, in my corporate job, we were basically doing a lot of CSR activities. I worked with more than 200 universities across the region in the Arab world, making sure that we have the gender equality and the access for the girls and basically the young ladies towards the industry, having STEM education, working on quality education as well. And that would not have been possible without, obviously, being close to the communities. But then I said to myself, we can do better than this. And that's how my venture studio came into place, and this is how Entrepreneurship came into light. Our beliefs in having basically the merge of multiple USDGs in place was actually the, I would say, was the flame that got us into belief. Today, Entrepreneurship is established in UAE, also in Algeria. What we're doing, we're focusing on, as I mentioned, gender equality as well as the affording clean energy to the world. We know that the increase in the demand for energy is always going to be there. In just the past 30 years, we had more than 70% increase in demand of energy, yet that energy that we're using today is responsible for 40% of the decarbonization and basically the carbon that we're seeing in the world. And that is a responsibility that we hold, again, is to basically make sure that the energy that we are providing to the world is a clean energy, is an energy that is not harming the world, but actually is providing what's needed. So, as I mentioned, we are working on making sure that we have affordable energies. How do we do that? Through the AI solutions and digital solutions. Again, I'm a person who is actually having a background in computer science and business, and I think my academic background here came into light in how can we exactly use AI, use digital, and use that into the sector of energy and making clean energy affordable across the continent of Africa, all of it together. One last thing, again, is also why we're focusing exactly on AI and digital, is because we want to make sure that entrepreneurship in Africa and in Algeria and where basically we're working is not only out of necessity. Historically, Africa has been known that entrepreneurship is actually coming out of necessity and out of the circumstances of those families over there. But today we are in 2024, where entrepreneurship should be actually sought and should be embraced out of opportunity, not only out of necessity. And the opportunity in AI alone in Africa is $1.3 trillion, something that cannot be actually missed in this world.
Exactly, Chada. Brilliant. So, Allah, is there a role for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in an active war zone?
Okay, so first I want to show my gratitude to His Highness, the Prime Minister of Bahrain, UNIDO, and Sophia for introducing me to those outstanding warriors. So I want to give you a background of my country in Sudan. Sudan is one of the biggest agricultural countries in Africa, with fertile soil and River Nile. But unfortunately, 40% of our produce go to rot as post-harvest waste because the lack of preservation method, which is of a high cost, and the production area are remote from consumption area. So Solar Foods come as a solution provider. We purchase high-quality organic produce from smallholder female farmers, then using our own industrial, locally manufactured dryer. We dry, we packet them, and connecting this produce to the local and international market. So we focus on achieving the SDG relevant to our industry. This would be the SDG 1, no poverty, through buying with a fair trade price from those farmers, and also equipping female farmers with our dryer to create an income generating activity for them. And then zero hunger, it would be by us creating fortified food for malnourished children using local ingredient. Of course, SDG 5, gender equality, we're proud like 80% of our managers and employees are female. And last but not least, clean and affordable energy by using our main source of energy is solar dryer. Our dryer is automated. The breakthrough which we did, it's make its production capacity up to 1 ton per day. And we're using IoT for controlling, IoT element for controlling the temperature and humidity. Thank you.
Thank you. Tahani, you are such an extraordinary and outstanding pioneer in solar panel technology in Gaza. You are the most inspiring woman I think I've ever met. You've dedicated your life to humanitarian causes, to technology and innovation. You've been a minister, a politician. You've done everything possible to bring peace and stability to your part of the world. Could you talk a little bit about your experience of building a solar panel company, what's happened to it in recent months, and whether or not the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have any relevance to the work that you're doing in your mind?
Thanks, Sophia. Thanks, everybody. Maybe I will back to your question about SDGs. I think that I'm starting to implement SDGs before the 2015 when the UN signed it. I'm starting my first project while I'm 21 years old, when the technology of greenhouses for agriculture started to be in the world. And it wasn't in Palestine. I decided to do that in Palestine, but I wasn't have any money to do that because I am still 21. But when I am married, that in our culture, that they have to give the bride money to buy clothes and jewelry. I take this money and I build the first green house in Palestine. And after we developed this project for another 2 or 3 one. And also, I thought about the women. We have to have to find job opportunity for women to decrease the poverty. I established a factory for fashion designs, and I open job opportunity for more than 25 women. But in the first Intifada, I was active as all the Palestinian against the occupation and looking for freedom. And the occupation closed my factory, and also all our project, it was start to don't make a benefit because we closed Gaza Strip. But that time we thought that we have to boycott Israeli's product. Then what I have to do, we started to make a cooperative for women. We built a biscuits factory, we built yogurt factory, and sheep's farm. This was guided by the women and also financing by the women itself. After that, everything gets disappeared because the political problems. There is a men leading political groups, and they make a decision, and when they have a problems together, the problems come to our project. For that, I resigned from all the political group, and I work independently. I came back to finish my education. I make MBA in administration. And also worked as a community development advisor with the international organization. After that, when I became a minister and left the government, I decided to do something which was a problem for us while where I'm in the government about the Area C. Area C, it's an area in West Bank. The Israelis, they don't allow us to give them electricity. They don't allow us to give them water and to build any infrastructure inside that. I thought about solar energy, and I developed NGOs called Palestinian for Solar Energy. And that time, I tried to push the government to put law and to encourage the investment in that side. But unfortunately, the investment, it's not come to this side. And for Gaza, I tried to do that for Gaza because it was a lack of the electricity. The need of electricity in Gaza, it's around 600 megawatt. But what we have, it's 160 megawatt. Which is mean there is a lack. A lot of, after the siege of Gaza, a lot of projects closed. Unemployment percentage it's increased. Then I thought to push the businessmen and the investors to come and work in solar energy, but nobody trusts to do this the first thing. I decided that time to establish my company, Gaza Life Power, and to start the first 5 megawatt project. But I face a lot of problems to do that. There is no financing for women. I don't have enough money. I tried with the international organization, banks, and fund, but they didn't give me because I don't have enough guarantee. After the struggles, maybe it's around 5 years, I get a loan from Bank of Palestine for this project. I implement the project. In 10th of October, it had to be 2003. It has to be connected to the grid, but before that, the project is totally destroyed. And all the projects which I implemented it for the factories, for agriculture, for houses, for hospital, also totally damages. And also I was implemented a lot of projects, not in my own business, but in non-profit company that we bring, because there is a lack of drinking water in Gaza. I bring a technology from outside to make the water from humidity, and then we will have a clean and healthy water. I bring 6 devices. And also I build a few wastewater treatment plant, also to treat the sewage water, and everything is destroyed. Now I'm clean, I didn't do anything, I don't have anything, everything gone. And also all the women projects in Gaza, there is a lot of entrepreneurs, women in Gaza, they have a very successful projects, and all these kind of projects were damaged.
Thank you, Tahani. You have a devastating story, but also very inspirational. Now, I just wanted to ask the organizers if we could have a little bit more time, because we started very late, and we have a number of questions that we'd like to get through. So, is there anyone here with the authority to give us another 15 minutes? If nobody says no, I'm just going to take it. Okay, thank you. Basima, founder of KESK.
Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. And I want to tell you, Tahani, that you actually did everything. It's not like after this unfortunate war in Gaza that you don't have anything left. Your legacy is there and your efforts are still counted for. Thank you, Sophia, for bringing me to this panel and to this discussion. Sometimes we come from specific areas like Iraq. We deal with also plenty of drama, I would say. And then we see entrepreneurs and people leading initiatives in other areas, and we get inspired and we feel like we can do better. And there is no excuse for slowing down. My business is addressing the SDGs, in a very, I would say, organic manner. KESK is the first green tech company in Iraq. We are synergizing renewable energy solutions with software solutions. And we're also building a carbon credit marketplace where we would give access to our clients to monetize their carbon offsets since they're investing in renewables. And there is a very promising carbon voluntary market out there. We are building that kind of infrastructure. I started KESK in 2018 because I was very much passionate about sustainability. I'm an engineer by practice, but I had this huge interest in climate change mitigation and environment protection. At the time, I had no idea that I'm addressing any of the SDGs. I believe SDGs has to be a passion before sustainable development goals. And the passion will drive us, and the SDGs will just measure our impact. For a very long time, I wanted to work in this sector. But unfortunately, due to specific security situations that Iraq is going through with the war against ISIS, I had to work with the humanitarian for some time. And then at some point, I decided that I need to do something I'm really passionate about, and I started KESK. And the way we're addressing it is, like I said, we deploy renewable energy solutions, and we also are closing the financial gap. We have partnered with a number of financial entities to provide renewable energy solutions, assets in a financing program where people don't have to pay for the capital upfront. Unfortunately, the banking sector is not supportive in Iraq for these initiatives yet, so that's why we're bringing private entities on board. And of course, towards building a software solution to control, monitor, and optimize renewable energy solutions and assets. That's the tech component of it, which we use as a tool to track CO2 offset and energy savings, and use as a verification method for our carbon credit marketplace. So this is in a nutshell what we're doing, and I believe we are addressing at least 3 of the SDGs with our work, with clean and affordable energy SDG, sustainable cities and communities, and of course climate action.
Thank you. Basima, do you think that men and women have a different approach to their business leadership style?
In terms of leadership style?
Yeah.
100%. I feel like, from my experience, I've been working under other organizations before starting my own. And my approach when I lead is that I really have to connect with my team. And I need to connect with my team, and I need to understand them. I need to understand how can I make the work environment more safe, more friendly, accommodating for their needs, and helping their productivity. I care about their well-being. I ask about their families. I hang out with their families, with their friends. And on the top of that, I also care about my clients. I want to make sure, beyond the profit aspect, is that we are actually delivering high-quality solutions. We are maintaining good partnership, good after-sales services, creating that kind of connection and understanding to the client. And many times I ask myself this question, is my approach correct? Because I'm prioritizing the client's benefits and resilience of their projects over our profitability. And many times I compromise the profit margins. I'm like, this project really worth it, let's do it, we're supporting them. And this is a different mentality, I would say, but it's paying off. And we've been very lucky, and also I consider it luck, but also really hard work at the same time, in bringing some of the biggest companies in Iraq as our first believers and clients. And more of them started joining and believing in our work. And we built this strong portfolio. And we never run out of work and projects. And I truly believe that prioritizing the impact of the business and making sure delivering the right solutions and the high quality services and products to the clients, this will result in creating also huge financial benefit as an entity.
And more stability in the region.
Exactly.
So Tahani Jan, do you believe that by investing in more female entrepreneurs, you could help promote peace and security in the Gaza region, Palestine? And we're going to keep our remarks to 1 to 2 minutes now, because I really want everyone to have a final question. Thank you.
You know, Sophia, I have been working for peace for more than 40 years, since I was young. And also I'm working to empowering women and building awareness among our people. I established an organization, it's called Culture and Free Thought, to learn the people, to raise the awareness among peace and about security and how we can live in the region in better situation. But now I feel that I did nothing. Because all the things I teach to my children, to our generation, I think after that they will not believe me, because they were supporting peace, they are looking for peace. Also the most of my work was also for peace. I implemented some environmental project, a partnership with the Israeli organization, because we said that environmental problems, it affects all the people, even if it's in Israel or in Egypt or in Gaza or in all Palestine. Then we have to start, we as a civil society, we have to start to build this kind of project and to encourage the peace. But unfortunately, everything is. But I believe that if all the world and the UN organization try to take care of their goals and their declaration and their decision the same as they look at the SDGs. And also, you know that I told you that I'm trying to implement my projects. It's belong to SDGs. I didn't find fund, but now Israel, they found millions of dollars to make an environmental disaster, to kill the people, to damage all the things we did. Then,
thank you.
Then I didn't trust the UN itself, the countries, sorry, the UN staff, they are working according the goals, but I don't start the countries which they sign the decision or the goals and everything. I believe in the SDG before they sign it. I started to work alone before they signed it, but they killed all my dreams. They killed everything I did by their money.
Thank you. Malalai Jan, why should people in the audience invest in the women on this stage?
Some people say that women are the better half, and it's not a battle between man versus woman, although the greatest conspiracy to hit human beings today is the separation of man and woman. And you see so many of these conflicts that the first individuals that are hit and struck and victims of our own everyday human fallacies are the women and the children. I've been in Afghanistan for now 20 years. And I can tell you that if we want to have a better future that starts today, we have to be able to look at each other, in this case, women, not as a threat, but rather as individuals that can enhance whoever we are if we are in the masculine role. And that does not mean that we have to follow a cookie-cutter model that has been created in a different society, in a different country, but rather that we look at what works for us and do so in a way that respects and honors the woman. I am living in a country where I feel immensely safe for the first time in 20 years. And this may come as a surprise for many, but I know that those that are in power right now in my jurisdiction, they take my safety as a woman very seriously. And what's fascinating about this air of safety and security is that it's allowing women to find their way amidst the challenges and the restrictions. That to me means that if we just support women in the things that matters most to them, and a woman will always say my safety and my security is number one, she will find her way. And she will do so in the most resilient, and the most feminine, and the most honorable way. So that is my answer, is that we women are part of the fabric. In fact, I'd like to challenge someone, to anybody, to tell me that if it were not for a woman, we would not be here today.
Thank you, Malalai. So finally, because we are running out of time, I'd like each panelist to ask something of the audience. How can we support you? Starting off with Malalai.
For those organizations that work for international institutions, I'd like to ask you to please create programs that work for the jurisdiction that you're involved in. Something that will work in a place like Qatar or Saudi Arabia may not work in Afghanistan. And so involving people at the grassroots who are driven by society and not their personal goal, their personal pockets, work with them. And for those who are in the private sector, I'd like to invite you to come to my country. My husband and I will host you. We will take care of your visas and everything. Come meet the individuals who are working and invest in their businesses, or just help them find a market. That would be my request.
Allah, 1 minute.
Okay. So I want to say the world sees the Sudan war as a civil war, which is not. It's a war over resources, painted to be an ethnic war. Sudanese life and dreams do matter. And Sudan once was nominated to be the world food basket. We want the help of the international community to go there again and to feed the world. Thank you.
Chada.
I think for myself, basically having maybe not lived what my fellow warriors here have lived through, but I'm coming from more of a post-conflict and really area, and seeing basically how the resilience of women entrepreneurs and the immigrants who actually came to Algeria after the conflicts in their countries, I've seen the real meaning of what female care means. Female entrepreneurs really actually tend to reinvest in their communities and in their families even more than actually their other compatriots. And I think this is why it's important to invest and support women entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs, is because through that, you're really actually guaranteeing also the reinvestment in those communities and that impact. And for that reason, my ask to everyone in here is that soon enough, Palestine will be free first, and all of those basically conflict zones, all those conflict zones will very soon, inshallah, get into peace. And at that time, what we really need is basically to re-empower and to re-establish this economic growth through the support and the investment in female entrepreneurship. And that is basically an ask and a duty for each and every one of us in here.
Fantastic. Tahani.
Difficult to answer because
What is your ask
the
of
need
the
is
audience?
huge, but I will say something that suddenly when I'm start to be famous businesswoman in Palestine and have a big project, suddenly in one day I found myself, I'm a displaced person. I have nothing, and I am surrounded with the people in the street, which is, they doesn't know where to go, how to eat. They didn't find anything to eat. I was against any kind of a charity or relief work. Always I try to train the women to build their projects, to find work opportunity, but this time I has to do something. For that, I'm starting to build camps, tents for them from plastic and wood. I bought it from the market and I built for them. After that, my principles start to be moved. What about water? What about toilet? What about sewerage? I built toilets, mobile toilets for them, and after that I try to find solution for the sewerage. And when I finished the first camp, which was 700 tents, it was for around 4,500 persons. And after that, I said, we will stay like this for a long time. Because to achieve a peace agreement and to start rebuild Gaza, it's need a lot of time. And the 80% of Gaza building destroyed and 100% of the infrastructure is destroyed. Then I thought that we have to make a green shelter. Everybody start, Tahani, this is the time to think about green shelter. About green, I tell him I have. And I started to build, to develop the shelters, there is a toilet, showers, kitchens, dining room, and bring them washing machines and everything to the people to be clean. Because I met a woman they don't have shower for 3 months, and children like this. For that, we have to think about their need, not about what is written in the book or what UN said, but we have to think about this. And now, maybe I solved the most of the problem with the 3 shelters, but now when they evacuated the people from Rafah, I have 100,000 of people, which they are calling me, they're asking for shelters and place to sit. I didn't find any land, any things. In the end, I found the opportunity to rent a land for them. I rented the land. Now I'm looking also to build a tent, to build services for this. The border is closed. Nothing coming to Gaza. I am in positions which is. I don't know how to describe it. That أنا في حيرة وفي ضغط. How can I help our people?
Sorry, we have to get off the stage in 1 minute, but I just wanted to ask the audience on your behalf because you're too shy. So Tahani wants to buy some land in order to build this new refugee camp. And I'm sorry because you asked me not to ask, but I'm going to ask for you. She needs $30,000 to fund accommodation and housing and sustenance for 5,000 families. And my ask of all the audience is that you find a way to help all the extraordinary ladies on this stage and also all the other female founders in the audience. I've met some extraordinary young ladies from Algeria, from Sudan, from Morocco. There are other founders here. Please find a way to help the female founders in your life, whether they're social impact entrepreneurs and doing extraordinary humanitarian work like Tahani, or whether they're running businesses in Afghanistan, in Sudan, in Algeria, or in Iraq. Please find a way to help these extraordinary ladies. And then the final speaker, the 1 minute, is Basima, who's going to tell us what her ask of you is. Thank you.
My ask is simple. Believe in her. When you believe in her, you're giving her a purpose. I'm the only venture-backed, female-led business in Iraq. Every time I have a meeting with my investors, they tell me I am their superstar. I'm quoting them. Believe in her.
Thank you. You're all superstars to me, and you're all Jedis. Thank you.
Thank you.
حضورنا الأعزاء، نبقى الآن مع مداخلة حول تعزيز التعاون من أجل بيئة مزدهرة يقدمها رئيس جمعية رواد الأعمال الشباب في مصر الدكتور هاني عياد.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to a special intervention by the chairperson of Youth Entrepreneurs Association in Egypt, Dr. Hani Ayad.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's very hard to continue the presentation after the very inspiring panel by leading women not only in the Arab or MENA region, but all over the world. I would like to thank UNIDO Bahrain and Mr. Hashim, Dr. Hashim Hussein, for this opportunity to be here today to represent our newcomer model for an youth organization supporting entrepreneurs in Egypt. Actually, we started as an initiative supported by one of the leading supporting in our region, the USAID support during 4 years of having an initiatives and activities supporting the entrepreneurship in Egypt. And we starting to figure out what could be the ecosystem challenges that we could capitalizing on or seeking for solving it. So simply our challenges that we could face it, duplications in the support and the activities performed supporting entrepreneurship. And there is a lot of gender gaps. At the same time, there is access to finance, but what is the suitable financing to have an accessibility? Digitalization and its role in our region. In addition, there is lots of regularity barriers in our region. And we could find that there are soul-flying enablers working alone or not in shaping the structured entrepreneurship ecosystem. And there is also special concentration, geographically concentration. We usually could see the focus of supporting, capitalizing on the capital cities and neglecting the other regions in the same country. That's why we could find our opportunity, capitalizing on these challenges, is to help in policy reforming and make collaboration readiness for the entrepreneurship enablers. And here we come, our main activity is make the collaboration readiness for the enablers in our country. And more than focusing on youth and women empowerment, especially for the entrepreneurs one. and focusing on the geographical and marginal concentration. Our members in the association, even there are individuals or entities, came from all the aspects or all the sectors that are supporting entrepreneurship. What's our vision? Simply, we need to empower the enablers of the ecosystem and making kind of network supporting for a better tomorrow, better economy. And our mission is capitalizing mainly on our members. So because our members are the enabler, how we could play the catalyst role, how play the dynamic role between our members to supporting entrepreneurs, startups, and SMEs at the end. Here is the model of YEN. We are focusing on 3 main pillars: macro, meso, and micro. For the macro level, working with the government and ministries about what are the real challenges from their point of view. At the same time, the federation, union, and chambers. And working closely with the meso, which is the majority of the supporters of the entrepreneurship in our regions. Even the mentors network, even the incubator and accelerators, even universities, in educational institutes, the business developers, services providers, in addition to other NGOs and funders and donors. Each donor would like to see a real impact by his donation. And all for all to supporting entrepreneurs and startups. So we are working closely with the entrepreneurs and startups. All for all, we need to make a better opportunity for youth. Based on what we mentioned, we are serving 4 main pillars in our organization. First of all, we are serving the awareness and activation of the entrepreneurship in the community. Second, the key supports of building constructed startups. So we have a committee supporting incubator and accelerators and VC studios. More than that, we are working closely with the business development services, or whom are providing the real support for the established business and SMEs. Last but not least, we have a committee for investment and VCs, working closely with the investors, individual investors, angel networks, and venture capitalists. And here comes the power of YEN. We are not competing with any other player in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Just we are playing the role of catalyst, an aggregator between whom are already concerning about supporting and developing the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Egypt, just to multiplying their efforts and ensuring that economic sustaining. I'm here on behalf of my YEN board members. We came all from a background of an academia and also a contribution. We have a contribution in the entrepreneurship ecosystem scene in Egypt. I'm an assistant professor in entrepreneurship and one of the leading universities in Egypt with the Arab Academy. In addition, I'm the chairperson of the YEN organization. We have a belief to serving the community and supporting the entrepreneurship ecosystem by achieving these main goals: no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, and also decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, and last but not least, reducing inequalities. But we cannot achieve all of these, and here comes the core concept or core support or core capabilities of having the YEN network is we can do all by the partnerships for achieving these goals. Thank you for your listening, and we are happy to have more collaboration. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، التغيير والابتكار هو عنوان جلستنا القادمة، حيث سيتم إطلاعنا على رواد الأعمال كرواد في الحدود الرقمية.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to another panel session titled Disruption and Innovation, Entrepreneurs as Pioneers of the Digital Frontier. For that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our panelists. Founder and Managing Director of S2E Transformation Incorporation, Ms. Wendy Kuhn. And from GITEX Africa 2023, Network Engagement Lead, Creative Business Artwork, Mr. Victor D. Akban. Senior Advisor of Innovation and IP from the Confederation of Indian Industries, Mr. R. Saha. CEO of the ICT Association of Jordan, Mr. Nidal Bitar. And founder of Algerian Women Foundation, Ms. Miriam Shahih. And we're pleased to call our moderator of this session, Mr. Abeidli Al-Abeidli, Chairman of Arab ICT Union. We hand it over to you, Mr. Abeidli. All the best.
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad and honored to chair this session, to be the moderator. Definitely we have the experts and the beautiful ladies in this session. And if I learn something from this meeting, that don't you ever have your sessions after ladies' session. Because definitely you will suffer. You cannot object because all of them are beautiful and you have to bear and wait. Anyhow, before I start, let me introduce you, my panelists introduce themselves. So we'll start with the lady.
Perfect. Hi, it is an honor to be here. My name is Wendy Kuhn. I'm from New York. I live in Norway. And I am a global thought leader, author, and consultant, helping organizations to build capacity, to execute strategy really, really well, so that all of these brilliant ideas can become a reality and contribute to our world.
I'm R. Saha. I'm first very thankful to UNIDO for inviting CII to this excellent conference discussing very important global issues. I'm by profession an engineer, but now more in policy and innovation dimension. So we'll share some experiences with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abeidli, and thanks to UNIDO, and it's an honor to be in this beautiful country, Kingdom of Bahrain. My name is Nidal Bitar. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Information and Communication Technology Association of Jordan, INTAJ. INTAJ is considered to be the umbrella of the private ICT sector companies in Jordan. We have been in this sector for the past 24 years, working to really help the companies in Jordan, whether telcos, large, medium, small, and startups, to grow through 8 major pillars. I'm not going to talk about them now, but I think the domain of entrepreneurship, the core topic of this event, is very relevant to what we do. And I look forward to a great discussion and learning from everyone here. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. I'm Miriam Shahih from Algeria, President and founder of the Algerian Women Foundation, which is a think tank and also a bridge between the civil society and the government. I'm also a captain at Air Algerie في الخطوط الجوية الجزائرية. I'm pleased here to be invited on this platform to exchange ideas and also get to an action plan afterwards with tangible and practical recommendations that we can be implemented right afterwards. We go in deep discussion about what we do within the Algerian Women Foundation in terms of entrepreneurship, digital transformation, and also building capacities and economical power economy. Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to my follower.
Thank you so much, Mariam. My name is Victor D. Akwan from Nigeria, and I am a startup founder. I'm a growth strategist, and in 2023, my startup actually emerged as the Africa Fast Award winners at JITEX Global Dubai, the largest tech and startup show in the world. And I also joined the Creative Business Network. What we do there is we promote creative startups across 80 countries. And what we do, we actually help them compete in their different countries. And then when we take them to Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark, where they compete in the global finals. And then we present to the world the most creative startup in the world. So thank you so much, Obedli, for inviting me for this session.
Okay. You know, whenever you hear the word disruptive or disruption, you feel an energy or a negative energy in your mind and body. Yet you are using disruptive now in a very positive way when you merge or mix disruption and technology. If you go a little bit further, you merge disruptive with digital transformation. How do you see the complementary relationship between disruption and digital transformation in positive phenomena?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Well, I think digital transformation, and I'm a fellow with the Institute for Digital Transformation, so this is close to my heart, but we define digital transformation as the metamorphic change of an organization and a society, really, to be able to leverage technology for advantage. And I think digital transformation and disruption, as you're saying, is, if looked as a positive force, it's a uniter, really, to bring us together. And thinking about the very meaning of resilience coming from disruption, resilience is not just being able to continue to operate the way we are, but to thrive, continue to grow amidst that change. So I think there's a big mindset there, and I think working towards digital transformation in societies and organizations and the SDGs are really two big North Stars that can unite us and drive change.
Okay, Mr. Nidal, I know you are, in Intaj, and Intaj, by the way, is a pioneer when it comes to the role of an NGO in the market of ICT, especially in the third world, like a country like Jordan. Nidal, how do you share with us your experience between the challenges you see in the market and the opportunities you can foresee in the market as well? And where do you see Intaj play the positive role in this arena?
Thank you for this big question. Actually, I think we live in a region that is full of huge opportunities because we have a lot of challenges, and definitely digital transformation is the solution, and especially when it's combined with artificial intelligence nowadays and with the new trends. I see that the opportunity lies when we really work more on investing in education and building the capacity, whether in schools, universities, or boot camps, reskilling, upskilling. We have to be really updated. In terms of our experience at Intaj, we always look for innovative ideas, and we think that these innovative ideas comes from projects in universities. We think that the collaboration between the private sector and academia is a must, and we have been doing this in Jordan. Actually, today is 16th. Yesterday was something called National Technology Parade in Jordan. National Technology Parade is a very big event for projects of graduates from ICT-related colleges, whereby private sector is engaged in, and they come and see which project that they can be commercialized, and they can really help in resolving any challenges, especially that such projects need to be tech-enabled, of course. I think in Jordan, the work that we're doing, especially with universities and bootcamp providers, is very dynamic. We see a lot of startups. We need really to engage the three golden triangle, as I call it, which is academia, the private sector, and public sector for sure. Because public sector, they have the policies, they issue policies, etc. Private sector, they have the demand, and of course, the academia, they have the education.
Okay, let me move from north, west to south, east, India. The word disruption reminds me of a title used by Nehru. 1947. At that time he said, I want to create a nation of weird. And weird is again is a negative term, same as disruption we use today. How do you see this quotation when you apply it to disruption and technology?
See, I'll start with a very positive example of a technological and social...
The mic.
Oh, sorry. Technological and social disruption which took place in India. And one example is the UPI, which is a unified interface payment which interlinks various banks, and you can do your payments just on the basis of your smartphone. So you don't have to go to the bank. Even at the vegetable vendor can have access to those things, and it is happening. And today there would be at least few hundred million users of the UPI. The second example in India would be the direct benefit transfer by using digital technology. So that is also on the same lines. But coming to disruption in my wisdom is a positive thing. Of course, during the path there may be some banks, some pains, disturbances in accepting it. But we have seen over the years how digital technology has taken over, and it is spread across the world, not only by way of e-commerce or smartphones. However, at this point of time, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that when an entrepreneur is there, he is there to make money. And when you go to a marketplace, you must be aware of what are the factors which are interplaying in determining whether you will find a marketplace for yourself or not. And in that connection, I would like to say that innovation needs a definition which has been given by the OECD in their Oslo manual, which says it means any new product, new process, new business method, or an improvement on that which can lead to the targeted users, which includes a huge lot of things. And it's also essential, in my opinion, that to keep that definition in mind. But coming from a technological background, I would like to say that an entrepreneur and innovator must look at few dimensions, like for example, intellectual property rights, which may be patents or copyrights, standards, regulatory requirements, and markets, and the ability to take risk. So if we have this kind of knowledge about how you look at innovation, it makes policy making much easier. There is less confusion, and I find in many places the innovation is always being used in a very, very loose manner without some sensible or understandable boundaries which innovation must follow, because otherwise the resources are wasted. And intellectual property right becomes important to safeguard your marketplace. Otherwise you will find n number of competitors for your product and you will not be able to do anything.
Thank you. We'll go to Algeria now. People are talking about innovation. Some of them focus mainly on the technical dimension of innovation. How do you see the social impact of innovation, especially as an entrepreneur?
Thank you very much for the question. And to answer it, I would like to take you back in the context of the Algerian Algerian ground.
The mic.
The mic. Is it better like now? In terms of local and international initiatives driven by the government and the policymakers to foster an ecosystem for sustainable development and innovation and best practices. This is while browsing the 2030 agenda in the times of crisis. The Algerian authorities stepped back 4 years ago and thought carefully, taking the fact that 50% of the, actually 70% of the population is a youth population from aged of 1 year old to 30 and 30 years old, and we are 44 million people, and where 22 million are females. So they stepped back and thought carefully how we can listen to these young generation that's coming and leading in 20 years from now. And they have created 3 platforms which are very, very important. The first one is the National Observatory for Civil Society. And this one works mainly on the grassroots and with the NGOs locally, address local and SDGs, local problems and SDGs. The previous panel, Ms. Malali, said something very interesting, which is the business model that works in Qatar doesn't work precisely in Gaza, and also doesn't work in Algeria, nor in the US. So each country has a specific, and I would like to take you back to Algeria, where not only the business model doesn't work in Algeria, but also the business model that works in Algeria, the capital doesn't work in Gardaya, doesn't work in Timimun, and doesn't work in the deep south of the country. So each region in the Algerian context has their culture and their heritage and their traditions. So they organized this observatory to work across the Algerian border with the civil society. On the other hand, they've created the Higher Youth Council. And this one works mainly on the policy making and the reforms with the gap from the civil society to the government in terms of changing laws and taxes in favor of the youth. And the other one, which is the most important one, which is creating a whole ministry dedicated for knowledge and economy and startups and micro enterprises. And they have been working in terms of reforming regulations and initiatives by simplifying businesses and giving tax exemption for startups, and also tax credits to up to 3% for R&Ds to participate in the GDP from 2028. Now, coming back to the question is, in the Algerian context, there are many solutions happening, taking in consideration the problems that are locally, but also using technology. And creating this bridge helps more the authorities to address the SDGs while tackling, while taking into consideration technology.
Africa is very well known for its youthful. They call it the continent of the youth. And with youth was entrepreneurship. If it happens that an entrepreneur comes to you looking for advice to venture into the frontier of digital frontier, I mean, what pieces of advice you'll give him or her?
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Obedley. First of all, I would like to talk about, I would tell them about emerging technologies that are out there. You can hear me, right? So, the emerging technologies out there like the blockchain technology, the AI technology, renewable energy, and all that. So first of all, they need to understand that their businesses are actually going to grow better if they infuse emerging technologies like AI technology. So let me focus on AI technology, for instance. So because that's where I'm really excited about, and you'd see that entrepreneurs in Africa, most of them, they don't really have these emerging technologies in their business, and that's because they don't have access to information like this. So when we have conferences like this, most of them do not have access to this because of lack of information. The communities they belong to, do not like share most of this information with them when they travel to conferences like this. So I feel like if an entrepreneur reaches out to me for an advice on how to grow their business. First off, they need to understand that there are emerging technologies out there like AI technology they can leverage, and these technologies are going to help them in their business. And then secondly, insights about different markets. I liked what Miriam said about the Algerian market, that it's not just what happens, what works in a particular city doesn't work in another city. So they need to converse with other entrepreneurs. I was here 2 days ago. I met with some entrepreneurs in Africa who came from other African countries. We were able to network, and I asked questions about their markets, and they asked questions about my own market. And what I was able to share with them, we discovered that there were some similarities, there were some challenges we faced, and there are some opportunities that also exist in those two different markets. So I believe that if these entrepreneurs are able to have access to information about different regions, they'll be able to know how best to navigate their business and grow. Thank you.
Okay, as entrepreneurs, you have to dream. And let's assume that for some reason, unexpectedly, there was a cabinet formed today in your countries. And each one of you has been appointed with 2 ministries. One is Ministry of ICT, second of Education. Now, as a Minister of ICT, you will see opportunities in the ICT. As Minister of Education, you see the challenges. So how will you compare or balance the challenges against the opportunities?
Oh, I love that question. Well, first of all, I would be very intentional about where we focus the technology and the education in support of achieving the SDGs. And I think part of the way to do that, this is sort of my focus, is to create a view of a nation, not just what we're trying to achieve, but essentially, what does that society do? Picture, if you will, a map or a blueprint of a nation's capabilities. And I would tie those capabilities to the SDGs and then understand where do we need to invest in the technology to best achieve that. And then I would also tie the educational competencies to that in support of the things we're trying to do. And making sure that embedded in our education is entrepreneurship and fluency and innovation, entrepreneurial thinking, digital and data literacy, and systemic thinking, being able to understand causality and impacts on things, because I think we all really need to think at that big picture level.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go see question.
So from the ICT angle, I think what is very important for each country is to see that whether AI and other developments in the area of ICT are going in the right direction or not. So I would first think that there should be some kind of regulation on AI, because fake news and other things which all of us are aware is causing a lot of problems. So some kind of regulation, I think, is very, very important. The other thing is the digital technology may cause a lot of harm in the health sector as well, because the doctors have become so dependent on digital technology for diagnosis, for surgery, etc. So if anything goes wrong, it's patient which is going to suffer. So we have to evolve some kind of parameters as to this is the risk which we can accept, which is beyond that we'll not accept anything, and for this even proper methods have to be devised. The other thing is, everybody is talking about IoT, and through IoT we are actually transferring patient data to somewhere in the cloud we really don't know, and this can lead to some kind of a breach of personal data also. So I think as a ICT framework, these factors have to be kept in mind, because risks are very, very many, and still we don't know. We are aware that a lot of reports are there where AI has caused racial discrimination also while coming to certain conclusion. The other point, with my experience, I would like to share that AI has become a very, very loose term today. It's become a fact. Everybody wants to use AI. It's no different from the computer programs which existed earlier. Also, it is dependent on very high quality and large amount of big data, which will define AI. And from the education front, I would think that an entrepreneur or as an education policy maker we should train our students, and which are whether university or PhD, so they have a better understanding of the atmosphere around them. It's not only the local atmosphere, but also the globalist atmosphere. For training people, I think my take would be train them in STEM education properly. And secondly, to build young people's mind in analysis, understanding what is written and what is being projected. I think we should encourage our students to take part in competition like PISA, which is organized by OECD, or various Olympiads, which are handled of physics, chemistry, and mathematics.
And I started a few years ago to look at the world as one village. I don't see I think we should think globally, but at the same time it's a demand and supply thing. When it comes to Ministry of ICT or Ministry of Digital Economy and Entrepreneurship in Jordan or whatever, and Ministry of Education. But we have to look at it from a macro level and what's happening in the world. When it comes to the demand, we have to look we have to know that there is a shortage of around 4 million people who are specialized in technology. The world is hungry for talents. Maybe the world is not hungry for certificate holders, but they are hungry for talent, for skilled people. And we know the details of where these shortages are. I'm talking about in Jordan. So for the example, North America, there is a shortage of maybe 1.5 million people, talents. In Europe, around 1 million. In other parts, it's another 2 million. So there is a big opportunity for the Ministry of ICT to really put incentives and regulations that would really incentivize the startups and the companies and the entrepreneurs to become innovative and to lead and to drive digital transformation by filling the gap of any challenges available. Based on that, Ministry of Education, they should understand the demand and they work on the supply. This starts from KG1 till bachelor degree or till postdoctorate even. But in technology, I think the dynamic changes very fast. So there is a need really for universities in specific to keep looking of what the industry needs and change and adapt quickly. And the role of Ministry of Education should really push universities really to adapt to the new technologies and trends. As it is mentioned, now we're talking about AI. A few years ago, we were talking about metaverse. Metaverse died. Nobody knows about what metaverse now. Maybe AI will, I doubt, of course, for 100%, but something new will come, which we don't know what it is. So we really need to keep the eyes open, whether Ministry of ICT or Ministry of Education, of what's happening and what's needed, because at the end, what we want as countries, we need prosperity for our people. We need job creation. We need more modernization. We need more ease of life for the citizens. And I still believe that digital transformation, with all the tools and technologies mentioned earlier, they can really be used to make life easy for the citizens of this planet.
Thank you. A lot of have been said. If I would like to add something on this, I would precise on one thing. From now on, I don't think education can... Is it better now? I don't think that education is separate from technology. One is linked to the other, and I think we have to step back and think wisely for the future generation. We haven't been born at this era where the technology, where we had access to mobile phones, smartphones from the age of 3 to 4 years old. Something we haven't experienced, but our children are experiencing now. And we, as education, for the education sector, they have to think wisely how to put the best practices in terms of technology and digital transformation in the education system. nevertheless, the region or that we were talking about before, the business model doesn't work in this society or the other. The core thing is to take this matter seriously and take it into best practices. The other thing is the aspect of the digital gap that we have talked about, that 38% of females don't have access to technology, which is a major issue now that we are talking about technology and education, and one of the to the other are tied together, and it's incredible that crazy that 38% of the female doesn't have access, or women and girls don't have access to technology and basic things, which is the phone, mobile phone. So I think this is the major question that we have to ask now, to how to put not only technology but also AI now in our education system. And as my fellow panelists just said, now we have AI. In the next 5 years, we don't know what we're going to talk about, and also about being the captain. We are being threatened that we will not be flying the planes. However, AI will be flying the plane, and I'm not sure if this is something we are ready for now, because the life is and the world is changing rapidly, and I think we have to act now. Actually, thank you.
All right. So first of all, I would like to say that in terms of Africa is becoming the biggest market for entrepreneurs to thrive in. And then secondly, I would like to say that digital, even with this population where entrepreneurs can thrive in, we still have most entrepreneurs struggling because they don't leverage digital technologies, right? So, but digitally transforming these non-tech entrepreneurs into becoming tech-enabled or tech entrepreneurs is key. And then secondly, I would like to say, according to, based on what UNIDO said regarding skills acquisition, right, in my country, Nigeria, the government, what they're doing in the Ministry of Information, Communications and Digital Economy is they are training 3 million tech talent every year for the economy, for them to be able to build digital solutions for our economy and also like export these talents out there. And finally, I would like to mention, talk about fine-tuning insights. So insights are actually peculiar to different markets. So if you have insights about a particular industry and a particular market, it's just generic. But when you're able to fine-tune these insights to fit your business as an entrepreneur, to fit your business model, to fit your industry and your market, it's going to really help you go far, because this way you'll be able to know how to prepare for the future, how to prepare for the next 10 years, how to prepare for the next 25 years.
Thank you very much. Now this is the $1 million question. Please, the audience, watch their questions and be careful for every single word I use. Imagine that you, each one of you, is a mother or a father. Your daughter as an entrepreneur came, every single word I meant it, huh? Your daughter came as an entrepreneur asking for your advice. Asking for? Your advice. You know she is talented and she has all the characteristics of an entrepreneur. And she said, Dad or Mama, all what I need is capital injection. I need a capital injection. Now what capital will you give her? Dream, cash, or support? Which one of this, and how will you justify it? Watch them. Yes.
All right, well, I think you just want short answers here, but I say dream. Dream, because with a dream and with a conviction to solve a problem that resonates with you, or an opportunity that resonates with you and solves a real problem for society, the support and the funding will absolutely come. So dream for me.
Okay.
I would like to go for cash first. Second.
No, one option. One option. One option.
Only one? Okay. Cash.
I meant it. I said every single word, I meant it.
I'll go for cash. But the problem which is being faced by the many entrepreneurs all over the world is they don't get enough financial support or cash, let me say that way, for pursuing some developmental work, so that cash may be made available through one of those means.
I want to be a little bit disruptive, Bedli. I would tell her, you need experience before.
Okay.
I think, and I see a lot of entrepreneurs who are youth universities, graduates. They are passionate. They want to do their own business, which is nice. They have been inspired by maybe 3 to 5 people on this planet that they succeeded in building the business after they graduated, or even they didn't graduate, but they did this unicorn immediately, which you know who I'm talking about. So I think this is a big myth, and this is something that has been deceiving a lot of our youth. We need to be really careful. I think the average age of successful entrepreneurs is 44 years old. So I would recommend big time for the youth to gain experience before getting into a business. However, if they get into their business or they want to found their business while they are young, like 21 years old, they have to know that this is a journey and it's highly expected that they will fail. And they should accept the failure big time and look at it as a learning experience. Since you gave me only 3 options, I would give them the support.
I actually doesn't have to dream. I don't have to dream for this because I'm already a mother and thinking about this every day. And if my daughter comes to me with a question, I will definitely go for support because it encompasses all 3 as well. You can go for financial support, you can go for moral support, and also connection support. And behind this, I'll also support her to ask questions, to do mistakes, and be always behind her whenever she needs knowledge, and also based on the technology we have now, that access to information is very easy, and we are very grateful for this now, and we have to take it really into consideration. So I definitely go for support, and I encourage every father and mother also to support their children and be behind them, not to show them the road, but to support them to do mistakes and learn from those mistakes, and always be there behind them. Thank you.
Support without cash.
Without cash.
All right, so thank you. Based on my experience in Africa, I would go for support. I won't go for dream because I've seen where people have dreams to solve problems, and then regulations, regulatory bodies come and then they bring a new policy that kills that dream, right? And then in terms of capital, I've seen businesses who have raised funds in Africa, and then they still, basically probably because of regulations, they still crash, right? So, but I'll go for support because I can give moral support. I can give them access to a support network. I can give them access to investors in my network. I can give them access to mentors who can actually guide them. And then I can also give them access to insights about their markets, their industry, and how they can leverage those insights and succeed.
Nice. Now, Tariq, can you please count? You vote. Who deserves a gift?
A gift?
Whoever scores more will have a gift from me. Huh? Is it? Tariq, you count them now. You just need one. Sonia, cash or experience? Huh? Support. Support how many? Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
But I've been absolutely blown away by the entrepreneurs that I've met this week, and I think this just shows the power of the intersection of dream and support and cash.
She will win. You'll get it. I'll take you to dinner tonight. Okay. Now the floor. Let's see. Any question from the floor, please?
There's a question.
Give the mic, please. Come, please, come here. You can take the podium if you like. We have more 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You are young, Randa.
Okay, great panel. First of all, we have a panel in 10 minutes for talking about AI and the super tools for building the startup of the future. So how you see all this new wave of, new skills with no code, low code, artificial intelligence, that is democratizing the digital economy for everyone, everywhere, everything. So how do you see this complementing with the traditional IT and the full coding that has been permanent until now?
Well, I think for using AI for day-to-day operation, you should be very clear that there's nothing like AI which is working for you. It's an ordinary computer program with some data. That I think you must understand, because otherwise you will be paying much more in the name of AI. While you use AI tools, definitely it helps you, but I think you should also spend some time to verify whether it really works for you or not, giving them an option of very, very improbable situation, because that will explain whether this particular tool is going to work for you or not. But certainly, as far as the benefit in time and cost is concerned, yes, it is going to give you that, but in developing countries, the question will be always whether AI is going to replace the human manpower or not. So that's an important question which each country will have to keep in mind.
May I want to be a little bit different and look at it from a different perspective, from a human being perspective more. I think we deserve as human beings to do more in less time, and I think AI should be considered for this purpose more than anything else. Unfortunately, what I see happening nowadays and what's been promoted by many of the ecosystem players globally is we have to do more and more and more, and this is on the account of our life and family and wellness. So I think we should look at AI as a tool that would really enable us to do a lot of things, but with less time, so we can have more time for our personal things and for humanity.
Perfect.
I would like to add what he just said, while using AI wisely and also while taking it for time consuming and effectiveness, do not take it for granted and actually forgetting the other part, which is reading and getting to knowledge and doing trainings and participating in platforms and exchanging, and also only relying on AI doing the work for us. It's true that it helps us facilitate and go quickly to the objective. However, we have to use it wisely, and especially because it's just starting now.
Okay, so it's interesting because before I came to Bahrain, I was watching a panel session. They were talking about AI at the World Economic Forum, and someone asked if AI is going to replace jobs, but then AI is not going to replace jobs. The people who use AI will replace the people who do not use AI. That's one thing we should understand. And AI is good. Most people say AI would kill creativity. I actually disagree, because there are some industries like in healthcare where we can leverage AI to create new solutions for diseases that are out there, where AI can actually come up with ideas on how we can create these solutions, especially in healthcare, in agriculture, in food sustainability, and different areas of life.
I think we have all the time we have. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. And before we leave the stage, I'll give you the cake. Thank you very much.
الحضور الكريم، أما الآن ستتناول جلستنا جانب تركيز الابتكار على مستقبل إنشاء الشركات الناشئة، أدوات فائقة قائمة على الذكاء الاصطناعي للابتكار الفوري.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming session is themed Innovation Focused, the Future of Startup Creation, AI-Driven Superpower for Instant Innovation. Allow me to call our panelists of this session. Head of Technology Transfer at the University of Trieste, Mr. Salvatore Dor. Chairman of Spire Technologies and Bahrain Innovation Association, Mr. Osama Al-Khaja. President of the Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, Dr. Rajini Agrawal. CEO and co-founder of Tech for All, no-code AI global expert and investor, Mr. Miguel Martin. Chief Executive Officer of UNIMAS of Kuala Lumpur Learning Center, Professor Dr. Silveraj Oyan Pillay. And founder and CEO of Ecosystem Consultants, Dr. Hanadi Limbarki. Moderating the sessions, ladies and gentlemen, will be the President of Lebanon Chapter Global Innovation Institution, Mr. Sleiman Barada.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here up until now, and thank you, UNIDO, for such a well-organized and highly enriching and enlightening event. It gives me a great pleasure to be moderating the next session on the focus on the future of the creation of startups and the AI super tools, and how the AI super tools are going to either accelerate or decelerate the creation of startups, and how the AI hype is going to affect, and the AI adoption is going to affect new business models and the creation of new enterprises, new opportunities. And more importantly, we will also touch on the, through a gender lens, how AI adoption is being is being perceived across the in different geographies and different societies. So without any further ado, I will introduce my esteemed panelists. Mr. Salvatore Dor, Head of Technology Transfer at the University of Trieste, Italy.
To everyone, perfect. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Mr. Osama, Dr. Osama Al-Khaja, Chairman of Spire Technologies and Bahrain Innovation Association.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. Dr. Rajni Agarwal, President of the Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon.
And Mr. Miguel Martin, CEO and co-founder of Tech for All, no-code AI global expert and investor in Spain, and the gentleman who spoiled the topic of our panel by asking the AI question to the previous panel.
Oh, a pleasure being here with all you all.
Thank you, Miguel. It's a pleasure to have you. Dr. Hanadi Mubaraki, founder and CEO of Ecosystem Consultants in Kuwait. Dr. Hanadi, we will start the talk with you because I know that you have to catch your flight right after this. So after finishing the round of introductions, we will get into the conversation straight away with your good self. Professor Dr. Silveraj Pillay, Chief Executive Officer of UNIMAS Kuala Lumpur, Learning Center at GIA.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Thank you, thank you. We will run the panel through 4 different segments. So initially, we will talk about the role of AI in startup creation, how AI is actually facilitating the creation of new startups. And the second topic that we will cover is AI-driven super tools, examples, and impacts. And we will hear from our esteemed panelists some case studies of AI super tools in some places in the world. And the third segment is about challenges and opportunities related to AI adoption and the role of AI in startup creation. And we will finish our panel with with a crystal ball to look through the future and cover some future trends and predictions around the adoption of AI. So straight away, I'll move to the stage and then we start the conversation with you.
إذا سمحت دكتور بس لو
The slides will be ready.
Yes.
Okay, so because we need to be mindful of Dr. Hanadi's flight, we're going to start with the opportunities and challenges as they relate to the creation of AI-related startups. Now, definitely this will have multiple dimensions, and we will address it through these multiple dimensions. The AI as a technology is an enabler, is an innovation enabler. So using AI, we can actually create business models and value propositions that are enabled by AI. So that's one angle. The other angle is really to use AI for the creation of the startup itself, whether or not the business model has an AI component in it. So these are 2 totally different angles, and we will try to cover these angles through the conversation with our esteemed panelists. And my question to Dr. Hanadi al-Mubaraki, and please support if you can play the first slide for Dr. Hanadi.
Okay, let me see which slide.
We'll
I
put
would
that
like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Hanadi al-Mubaraki, the CEO and founder for Ecosystem Consultant. I'm investing in innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem since more than 30 years, maybe in parallel with the United Nations or with the other agencies. In the previous time, I visit several countries. I learn and I transfer all my experiences to our countries, GCC country, as well as to the Middle East. And I transfer the roadmap that's easy for all the country implemented in a safe side and receiving a high outcomes. Those is my books published in the previous year. All it's available in Amazon.com, and any person is unable to buy it, just text me to deliver it to you PDF. Not the first book, only in the corner you see if the IT can increase. I need the first book in the first corner, in the first row. This book is talking about innovation and entrepreneurship as a powerful tool for modern economy. Not this one, but by the way, this book is published in 2014, and today we are in 2024. This book is discussing about the conference and about the futures for the Middle East and the GCC. And I present my model. This model is for a 21st century. It's innovations for a 21st century.
The model is on the screen.
Yes, the innovations for the 21st century. This one, it's I need to in this model just allow you to see my vision. Since 2009 about our countries. The innovations is the driver for the 21st century, and it is a vital tool also used
for developed and developing countries. We need an ecosystem as an infrastructures. It's the collaboration between the government and between the private sector and funded agencies and also the institutions, academic institutions, to collaborate as an infrastructures together, which deliver the ecosystem. What is the outcomes of those collaboration? The outcomes of those collaboration, first of all, it's technology transfer. We are sitting 3 days discussing about the future of innovation and how it's innovation-driven AI, and also technology commercialization. Our country needing technology commercializations from the patents, and also sustainability development, what you put it in left side hand and right hand side about the SDG. We're looking for sustainable economy and sustainable planet, as well as economic diversifications. We're looking for the economic diversifications because our countries, specifically in the GCC, focusing, investing in oil and gas. Then we need other sources or resources we can invest, such as the technology and the AI, and also it's digital growth. We're looking for the digital transformation and digital growth, and also innovation acceleration, as well as entrepreneurships climate. This is my model for 21st century. I presented in my book since 2014. And I'm working in this book 5 years, visiting worldwide programs, starting from the GCC and reaching to the United States and United Kingdom. And it's the summary of my book. That's it. Just I'm talking about this one. Now, if you're shifting about our
the model is really quite impressive, and it presents a holistic view of how an ecosystem can be created.
In the future.
Yeah, with all the stakeholders. That's really quite impressive.
Exactly.
Yeah, can you tell us?
Why we call it ecosystem? The definition of ecosystem, because ecosystem is my company. The definition of the ecosystem means all the parties or stakeholders working together as a partnership, such as the government and the private sector, as well as also academic institutions and funded agency. I mean, in funded agency, sometimes is such as a UNIDO, UN, those is, we can call it funded agency, because they funding countries to be sustainable and to be growth. And this is what I looking for in the future. When we shifting back to our...
I have a question on that in particular. So happy scenario is that people would come together and collaborate. But there are situations, and maybe in a lot of situations, there will be some friction between the private sector and the public sector, sometimes between the private sector and the regulators. So not in every country or jurisdiction, the different stakeholders would be willing to collaborate. So
yes.
What's your observation, Dr. Hanadi?
Yes, my observation, we calling about the infrastructure. To building the infrastructures in any country is not only built by government. It should be a collaboration between the private sector and public sector. Right. Mean it's a government, and this is what we found it in most of the Arab countries, as well as mainly in the GCC. This is the reason why I propose for the future, if the infrastructures or the ecosystem working together, we can reaching the top, let's say, high KPI, and we can reaching also the developed country. We don't want only to calling us a developing country and we're sitting at the back. No, we're looking to be in front, and this model I presented in 2014 while I'm working and visiting several countries over all the world in 2009. I mean, we are working parallel with the developed countries.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
And it is a such book who is presenting the roadmap for successful implementation.
I'm already intrigued to have a copy of the book and go through it.
No problem at all. I can deliver
So,
it to you.
Dr. Hanadi, now given that knowledge and practice and your experience, and of course the local context in the state of Kuwait, can you tell us a little bit of how progressive is the ecosystem in Kuwait in terms of supporting entrepreneurs?
Yes. If you want to speaking about Kuwait ecosystem, just I need to hire one point. The ecosystem of Kuwait, it's similar to the GCC. We are a same country. We looking as a one house, having all the GCC staying in, and the ecosystem of Kuwait. Just I need to reflect how it's our government working hard in earlier stage. In 1996, our government raising a fund around $300 million for investing in the SMEs. See, in 1996, I'm speaking. And this is for for job creation and for economic growth and economic diversification. Second fund, in 1997, also our government is investing in technology, only in technology, again, another $300 million to trace and to driven technology in our country, in Kuwait, as well as to the GCC, because we are again removing the border. We are acting as a one country. In 2009, in economic summit, I give you the sequence and logical information. In 2009, in economic summit, it's held in Kuwait. Our Amir Sheikh Subah Al-Ahmed, the previous Amir, it's announced a new initiative, we call it economic initiative, supporting SMEs in all over the world, even though to developing country. And they make donations in the same time, $300 million, and the other GCC also it's make a donation at the same time. It's a very large fund. I need to draw the attention for all, and this fund is running now by Arab Fund for economic and social and economic. Any person or any countries want to apply for this one, it's more than welcome. There are plenty, because I see the previous panel discussing about the cash. Don't worry about the cash. Our country have plenty of cash, and just we need to attract the good investor to invest in this fund. Now, in 2012, also our government working hard and established the first direct investment authority, working in economic diversifications, and they attracting all the largest companies through the world to working in Kuwait. Okay, they open the door for the investors, they open the door for the large company, even though the medium company, to transfer their knowledge and economic diversification in my country. Also, we need to speak about our government. Also in 2016, our government raising a new fund. It's specifically for our topic for the AI technology, innovation-driven AI. They investing also $300 million. They repeat the number because just we attract all the countries to working and invest in all those investments. In 1997, also our government invests in raising a fund about agricultures and industrial. There are two funds. One fund for agriculture, in comparing with yesterday discussion about the importance of agriculture for our country and for SDG, and also investing in industrial. They are tracking the large factories to be in Kuwait to supporting industrial sector. There are a fund also from 100 Kuwaiti dinars million or $300 million. All those, it's an investment. Mean the countries or the government working so hard and they doing their homeworks. Now we need
and so therefore cash is not a problem.
No, not a problem at all. The cash is available, even though for all the attendee here, or even though for the UNIDO can taking a great fund from Arab Fund. There are many for the investment in SMEs and entrepreneurial ecosystem, and there are plenty of fund is available. And also our vision 2030 or 2035 also focusing in innovation-driven AI, and we're looking for our countries to be highly driven AI and supporting the startups.
So this brings it back to the topic of the panel. So there is a belief in the public sector at the leadership level, at the national leadership level, that AI is here to stay, and they are investing into that sector.
Yes, there are many investments. Now, just I need to told you the story about the AI. I need to ask one question. Is the AI-driven innovation or innovation-driven AI?
Yes. The AI-driven innovation.
AI-driven innovation? No, innovation. It's the innovation and inventors since more than 200 years. All the availability or all the solutions through the world done by inventor. Then the innovation is before
no, I
AI.
meant the AI-driven innovation is the topic of our question.
Innovation from both sides. We can say yes, we can accept it. But the AI, let's say since 15 years, the people talking about AI, because there are a terminology more powerful than the AI is the technology, because technology is included the AI. Then innovation driven the AI. Just I need to summarize by a few points about the outcomes. The outcomes of the innovations. First of all is economic growth. We're discussing the 3 days about how we make the country having a good economic growth. The second thing is job creation. I need to focus about job creations because the Arab countries searching, not only, even though the developed countries searching about the job creation. There are plenty of job creations from the innovations, from the technology, from the AI, whatever terminology we are used. And also high productivity. From the innovation, we're reaching the high productivity. And also, we establish a new sector. Now it's the AI, it's the new sectors from the technology and new sectors from the innovation. And also the digitalization. Now all the world be converted to be digitalized, and last not least, it's the innovation provide for us new product, new services, and a new organization. It's the six outcomes from the innovation, whether the innovation-driven AI or the AI-driven innovations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for all the insightful comments. So we know that you have a flight to catch. So logistically
we have plenty of cash. This is the reason why those conferences.
You have a flight to catch. I know that.
I need to.
Moving on with our panel and addressing the role of AI in startup creation and how AI could actually facilitate the creation of new enterprises. And with our esteemed speaker and panelist, Dr. Salvatore Dori from Italy, and I know that you come from an academic institution.
Yes.
And that's really very peculiar. So we would like to understand from you how AI is contributing to the creation of new startups, and within the context of academia, what role academia is playing to actually facilitate the adoption of AI and to empower youth and entrepreneurs on their startup creation journey. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And personally, I can start saying that the academia have to, the academia have to make a big change inside, because we have to switch from theoretical to practical mood. And we have to involve in this changement also our students, because for a lot of years, technology transfer was devoted only for teachers and researchers. But now I can make a practical example. I am also the head of the CLAB, a sort of academy that spread the entrepreneurial skills to students. And we are here, for example, with the support of our regional government, Region Friuli Venezia Giulia. We are here with 6 young innovators under 30. Why? Because they have to try to understand how the world goes, okay? And for us, I think that is a big goal. But for example, I have to make a sort of background, because as you say before, I come from an academic institution, but this academic institution is in a very peculiar area, because Trieste is a small city, is a very small city near the farmer Yugoslavian border. But the peculiarity of this city is that we have 2 universities, one generalistic and one that is devoted only for PhD, and 35 public research institutes. And then it's clear that for us, the technology transfer is crucial.
Okay.
It's crucial because we have a lot of researchers and a lot of teachers. But why it's crucial? Because we have, first of all, to promote our research, okay? Then, at the same time, it's important to make money. Because when we do research or when we teach to the guys, what we are doing? We are transforming money knowledge, and then we have to transform knowledge in money to invest in other research and in other teaching. And then because we have to create create job for the guys, new jobs, and probably these guys have to assume some other. And then the last one is to create national wealth, okay? But to do this, we need the creation of ecosystems that help the fast growth of this farm, because
the enabling ecosystem.
Yes, we have to enable it. But what is the problem? What is the problem? That, for example, with AI, everything is very fast, and then we have to start. We have to start with this idea, okay? And then we have to make immediately research and development to understand if this idea is good or not. Then, if it's possible, we have to patent and to prototype. Okay. And probably this could be done by a university, but we are more or less in a pre-seed area, in a pre-seed zone, but we have to switch very quickly to do the first product or to do the first services or service, and then we are in a seed area, and then very fast we have to go to the startup area and then to send. Then we can say that we have, first of all, to develop, to try to understand, to build the team, to develop the product, and then to go to the market.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Salvatore. So is it true that in the past, R&D used to happen without necessarily a commercialization objective in mind, and nowadays the R&D is more geared towards to that being the end in mind. So we're seeing more R&D and innovation that has a commercial end in mind. Is that true at the global level? Is it true in Italy, for instance?
Yes, absolutely yes, because with the R&D, what you do, you go to validate your product. You have to build it. You can build, as I can say, an MVP to try to understand if you have the first buyer, okay, or better, if this product is go to the need of the customer. We have to understand it, but very, very fast and very, very quickly.
Well, that's really interesting. That gives us a good entry point into the intervention of Dr. أسامة الخاجة. أنا بالعربي يعني شهادتي بدكتور أسامة مجروحة. You're a role model for entrepreneurship in the region, for entrepreneurship that is really impactful and truly serious. Okay, not for just the publicity of it. So we see a lot of innovation that may not necessarily lead to socioeconomic outcomes, but your case study is a very bright example of an innovation that is that is multiplying forces, that is creating jobs, that is advancing economies. So really glad to have you on the panel, Dr. Osama. And I would like to hear from your experience, how is AI fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in Bahrain in particular, and the region at large? And what are some of the emerging partnerships in that space?
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear brother Dr. Sulaiman, for the introduction, and I am very pleased today to participate in this interesting session. As all of us knows, AI is, the demand in AI and applications of AI is increasing. Reportedly, the market size of AI exceeding $500 billion, and it's expected to exceed $2,000 billion in 2030. AI, it's not only increased its market size, but it creates jobs, different jobs, and new jobs, as my previous colleagues mentioned. Besides that, AI is becoming available, and there are so many applications of AI are already available free of charge for startups and for entrepreneurs. Chat, GPT, Blink, Replica, and many other applications based on AI are already available and used by lots of entrepreneurs in Bahrain and outside Bahrain, of course, to develop their solutions. So the technology is available, and it is growing and developing. It's now about the entrepreneurs who should take advantage of these technologies and those opportunities and understand the market needs and develop solutions to meet their clients and market needs. In Bahrain, if I'll zoom into Bahrain, there are, from our experience, Aon is a technology company. It's based in AI. It is developed in Bahrain since 2017 by Aon Technologies, and Aon is the mother company. Personally, myself, I am a founder of both companies, and I'm chairing Aspire. And we followed the same rule. We take advantage of the growth of AI. We developed Aon as a digital banking platform, a developer of digital banking platforms. Right now we have more than 40 different platforms in the region. And Spire is an open banking and data science company. The applications or the partnerships, as you mentioned, Bahrain, I'll give you some examples. Healthcare or health tech is one of the important applications where they use AI to better understand the patient's data, analyze their data, develop preventive programs for preventive medicines, develop personalized medicines. As you know, the personalized medicine now is increasing globally, and it is based on the individual needs and personal needs rather than the group needs. In addition to that, fintech is growing. Bahrain also has developed a number of key elements for the ecosystem of fintech, using AIs, of course, which includes a sandbox, a fintech bay, and this, as a result, resulted in generating so many startups in fintech space, and almost all of them use AI applications, and Aon is just one of them. So
can I just make a comment here?
Yeah, sure.
Just to say, for the sake of making it more conversational. So you're talking about AI, which is a controversial technology, okay? And the application of that controversial technology into highly regulated industries, healthcare and the financial services.
Yes.
So you must have already faced, you know, a lot of challenges to navigate through these regulatory frameworks, and I think other entrepreneurs would love to hear you know, your take and your advice as to how to best navigate these challenges that are dictated by the external system, especially when you deal with a technology like AI, and when you try to apply that technology into the regulated industries.
Yes, my advice, as you clearly mentioned, we face lots of challenges, and we are facing, of course, challenges.
I'm sure you did.
Yes, yeah. And, you know, and so many challenges. Some of them are cultural challenges, regulatory challenges, corporate challenges, and managerial and leadership challenges, because it differs. In addition, of course, to the technical challenges and financial. So my advice is to use AI is, first we need to understand exactly the data, and the system and the regulation. Secondly, we need to focus on importance of research and development. As a startup, personally, as my startup, we allocate resources in research and development, and this created good impact for the company. I'll give you one just small example.
Please.
In Bahrain, like many other countries, opening bank account is allowed only for residents. And this is by the regulator. The regulator don't allow non-residents to open a bank account. And this is the system in Bahrain for maybe 70 or more than, or around 100 years since the banking started. We challenge that, and we develop a case based on research and development, and we realize that GCC countries use similar technologies for the forensic data.
Okay.
And the forensic data are used in the ID, in our passport and ID card. So it is the same technology, the same data. Then we studied every country in the GCC.
Okay.
And we concluded that it is the same technology. Then we built a case, and we went to the Central Bank of Bahrain. And we told the Central Bank, we think anyone in the GCC, any residents can open a bank account in Bahrain without coming to Bahrain.
Okay.
And they said that this is impossible. They said, no, we prove it to them that it is possible, and the technology can work. And finally, guess what? The Central Bank of Bahrain approved the case.
Excellent.
And our client was Kuwait Finance House, the first client anyone from who adopted this technology that we developed in Bahrain for the GCC, and the market size from around 1.7 million, it becomes now more than 40 million.
So you converted an innovation from just a technology innovation into a breakthrough, just because you do, as a startup, you do embrace research and development, and you take it seriously.
Yes, we take it seriously, research and development and innovation, of course. And we managed to have the EKYC process is not only available for Bahrainis, but for all the GCC. It's available for the customer acquisition platforms. And this is just a small example. So there's lots of really big room for innovation and for research and development. And this is the beauty. True, there are challenges, but there are opportunities. And to get those opportunities, we need first, as I mentioned, to understand the technology, understand the data, understand the regulations, and invest in research and development.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much for that recipe.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
So moving on, we'll cover now the AI-driven super tools and how, and we'll quote some examples and case studies from our esteemed panelists, Dr. Rajni Agarwal and Mr. Miguel. So we'll start with Dr. Rajni. Can you share some examples of how AI-driven tools are actually empowering women entrepreneurs, and if there are any in India, in particular, and globally, from your own perspective, how do you see AI through a gender lens? Is it a welcomed skill by women, or is it a skill that they would rather stay away from?
Well, thank you very much. I represent an organization called Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs based in India, Delhi. And our basic objective is economic empowerment of women. And keeping that in mind, I find that the AI is a real super tool which has really helped women entrepreneurs in many ways. And I'm first example of that, because I feel that whatever projects I used to make, which used to take around 15 days to 20 days, and involving 5 to 7 people, we are able to, just one person, myself, I'm able to complete that project in like 2.5 hours. So I feel it's a miracle that this AI tool has really given us such an opportunity, tremendous opportunity to really make it in a very fast pace, and we are able to complete the work within no time. So I feel it's a very welcoming idea that women entrepreneurs can adopt it in a big way. You know, AI-driven tools are playing a significant role, as we all know, in empowering women entrepreneurs in India and around the world by providing them with access to resources, knowledge, and opportunities that were previously limited. Now, I would like to give some examples. Say, for example, access to market insight. AI-powered analytics platform enable women entrepreneurs to gather valuable market information, understand consumer behavior, and identify emerging markets. And they can make informed decisions about the product development, marketing strategies, and expansion plans. And it also personalized recommendations, you know. AI-driven recommendation engine help women-led enterprises personalizing their offerings to meet the diverse needs and preferences of their customers. This personalization can enhance customer satisfaction and loyalty, leading to increased sales and revenue. Now, automated customer support, which I think each one of us must have gone through. AI chatbots, virtual assistant allow women entrepreneurs, whether you use Zoom platform or use any other platform, chatbots are very common. And these automated systems can answer frequently common issues and even process orders, freeing up valuable time for entrepreneurs to focus on the strategic tasks. Now, financial management tool is a very important tool for women entrepreneurs, as such for all entrepreneurs, but I think women tend to use it in a big way. AI-powered financial management platforms help women entrepreneurs cash flow and forecast financial performance with greater accuracy, and it also you are able to manage the cash flow in a nicer way. by having access to real-time financial data and insights, they can make more informed decisions about budgeting, about investments and resource allocation. Now, during the COVID, I found that the AI really helped in a big way. Skill development and training. And I took a training during COVID days and utilized my time by learning how to write a book online. And I tell you, this was very helpful. So it's a kind of it provides a wide range of course and training programs tailored to their specific needs and interests. And these platforms use adaptive learnings, algorithms to personalize learning experiences and ensure that women entrepreneurs acquire that skill and knowledge necessary to succeed in their ventures. Well, I would like to give few examples like Nira Mai is founded by Geeta Manjunath. Nira Mai is a Bangalore-based startup that uses AI-powered thermal imaging for early detection of breast cancer. And their solution called Thermalytics analyzes thermal images of the breast to identify abnormal patterns indicative of cancerous growth. And by leveraging AI algorithms, Nira Mai has been able to improve the accuracy and efficiency of breast cancer screening, making it more accessible to women and especially in undeserved communities, which is very important. Now, Sukhi AI. It is founded by Punita Pandey. Sukhi AI is a healthcare startup and develops a voice-enabled digital assistant for physicians. Sukhi uses natural language processing, NLP, and machine learning algorithms to transcribe doctor-patient conversations in real time, generate clinical notes, and provide personalized recommendations for treatment plans. So is Zain1, founded by Debjani Deb. Zain1 is a San Francisco-based startup that offers an AI-driven platform for real-time personalization in retail and financial services. And this solution analyzes customer data in real time to deliver personalized marketing messages, product recommendations, and offers across various digital channels. MyCrop is another example, founded by Deepti Revula. MyCrop is an agri-tech startup that leverages AI and satellite imagery to provide farmers with actionable insight for crop management. Now, keeping all these things in mind, there is another example, Hey Harvey, founded by Seema Kinda Johnson. Hey Harvey is a Vancouver-based startup that develops an AI-powered virtual assistant for financial planning. These examples demonstrate how women-led organizations across various industries are harnessing the power of AI to innovate, solve complex challenges, and drive business growth. And I feel that I myself is a big example of that. By learning how to write a book, I was able to write a book and complete it in no time. So I feel AI is a really super powerful tool, not only for women entrepreneurs, of course, for all, but women entrepreneurs certainly are going to gain much out of it because of lack of time and multiple responsibility which they have to handle.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agarwal, for these examples. I think I know that every one of these startups has a whole story behind it. So thank you again. Moving on to Mr. Miguel Martinez. Martin, the same question over to you.
I'm going to do it in a different way. I would like to interact a little bit with the public. So maybe you know or not that 99% of the world population doesn't know how to code. Only 0.3% of the world know how to code. We are now facing a new revolution, and this revolution is the democratization of the digital economy through no-code, AI, and other super tools. We can be we can all become digital makers without having the technical knowledge previously. So I'm going to make you a few questions. How many of you know and use Word as Microsoft Office? I imagine that most of us, because we have built with that generation. Now I think young generation and our generation should be moving to using new tools like, for example, Notion, that is much more powerful and allow much more things than Word. How many of you use Excel? The same. Excel is the most used spreadsheet and is normally in the package of digital skills. So why not using Airtable, which is the same but much more nicer look and feel and allow much more things. How many of you use PowerPoint? I know that we are all fighting with PowerPoint to build presentations. Now you have Tome. Tome allows to create a presentation just with an AI prompt. So you only have to describe what kind of presentation you want to build, and Tome will be building for you the presentation. So we are gaining efficiency, productivity, and automation with that kind of tools. That is the kind of tools that we'll be learning in schools, in university, in Digital Skill Academy, for everyone, everywhere, for everything. Because we have the opportunity to be, how to say, digital makers, as I was saying. I like to make a comparison with Middle Ages. Until now, coders has been what in Middle Ages was the religious people, the only ones that know how to write and how to read. And everyone that wanted to build a digital product has to go to coders or software developers. Now we have the power, and we all have superpowers, and we don't know, only we need a few minutes or a few hours of dedication to start using these tools. So regarding about entrepreneurship, now you can generate a startup in less than 10 minutes. And it's not how to say, a joke, it's reality. You can go a tool and generate ideas in one specific topic for one specific public and do a different variation of that idea. You can go another tool and generate a logo. You can go to another tool and you can generate a website. Only with a prompt, only describing what you want to do to the computer. So with that different tools, you have an idea, you have a logo, you have a website, you have a formula to catch the first users. And that way, you can present your idea and project to an investor with real clients, with a real product, and it's already validated and prototyped in a very easy way. So you don't, I am also an investor, and I recommend to all the entrepreneurs that contact me, don't show me anymore a PowerPoint, because you have the possibility to do it with using these no-code and artificial intelligence tools. So that is basically what I wanted to comment with you all.
Thank you very much, Miguel. We will conclude the panel with an intervention from Professor Dr. Selvaraj on the challenges and opportunities from your point of view and your observations within the region that you come from, Malaysia and the surrounding countries, and also any comments on the global ecosystem and the AI development.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. Dear entrepreneurs, I know out there you guys are very happy what AI is doing for all of you. You know, it's giving you efficiency, fast decision making, of course, dollar and cents. If the education environment is slightly different, I can't take the same plate what's happening in the health sector, the retail sector, the business sector into education. Education is totally different. My concern is, I'm worried. If we embrace what is happening today and go on doing this for the next 10, 15 years, we'll end up with kids in the school who don't have creativity, who lack the cognitive skills to think and retain information, and they all depend on AI. We're going to have a very homogeneous society very soon who doesn't think. Now, do you want that? No. So for me, from the education sector, I'm very serious about this. The governing bodies, the government, people who are involved in policy making must take this seriously and address this to mitigate this immediately. Because I could see this happening, even though AI is not less than 2 years now. The amount of students embracing it right from school level, the age of 7 and 8, is alarming. We don't have students going back to school to do mathematics. Everything is done through AI. As a professor, I take about 3 to 4 months to read one PhD thesis. Those were the days. Today I can do that in 2 weeks. That's okay for me, because I know the whole process, how this happens. But students at school and colleges do not know the processes. They only know answers. This is alarming. I think we must address this immediately. Otherwise, it's going to be very scary in the next 10 to 15 years to come. Because then the government needs thinkers to run the country. We need workers who can think and get the workforce moving. If we have this norm going on, we will not have anything. The machine will rule everything. It's AI. Even though in AI, currently, if you look at the business point of view, universities and colleges, if the universities and colleges don't embrace AI in their platform, you don't attract students. You don't attract students. And students of today are no longer students of yesteryears. Today, they want everything fast. So university and colleges must embrace AI in their activities. Right from curriculum, students get access to the curriculum and timetable when their class is on. AI tells them basically you can go at this rate. If you're a slow learner, if you're a fast learner, you say you can get this done within 6 months. This is happening. And it has to happen. But I'm more concerned on the other side of the coin. We must address that immediately.
So yeah, thank you very much for for emphasizing the importance and the urgency of upskilling and for embracing AI in the most productive and safe manner. Final comments from our panelists before we call it a day. Anyone would like to?
I would like to make a comment. I think that we have a huge opportunity for promoting digital inclusion through all these super tools that can generate innovation instantly. I think that until now, as I was commenting before, this gap of technical people has been impossible to be leveraged to generate with the traditional full coding or coding school, because require a lot of time and dedication to become a full coder. I think no code is a way for the entry point for a collective that has been underrepresented or disadvantaged until now. Even people with maybe disability living in rural places, women that until now have very low representation in the technology industry, can achieve much better results with AI, no code, and these super tools. And this is a way not only for their personal and professional productivity, it's a way also for finding us an employment, for self-employment, or for developing their entrepreneurial ventures. And for SMEs, it's a way for creating internal innovation champions and having employees that are able to be empowered and not always dependent from IT departments or external IT consultancies for developing innovation within their companies. That is it. So
thank you again.
Tech for all is the future.
Dr. Osama.
Thank you, Suleiman. Well, briefly, I think data is a game changer. Data will have impact in everything we do in our life. Everything will be, and data is basically, I would consider it like it is the currency of AI, if you like me to call it. It is, so the importance and the attention on data is already started. It's increasing. Personalized services is just a small example of what AI can provide. It can provide the service providers to personalize their service and to better understand the needs of their customers and to be more competitive and more efficient and cost-effective by using data and AI. And everything we see today is going to change. This is it.
Thank you very much.
Very
very briefly, I think that artificial intelligence is a big opportunity for us, but we have to consider some ethical issues. For example, the impartiality of the algorithm and the protection of the privacy of the customer and also the data protection, because we are, as I say, in a global, we are in a global sector.
Indeed. Any other closing remarks?
I just want to touch on the...
I would like to mention here, like, as we know that it is advancing in a big way, but if the startups, in collaboration with the AI developers, if they go ahead, they should really have some ethics around, and it should not be available to all and everybody. So, you know, we are able to control those systems somewhere, because still there is nothing as such to control the AI, the way it's going ahead.
Indeed, thank you.
I just want to touch one point here. Over the last decade, 10 years plus, we've been witnessing the advancement of science and technology at a very rapid pace. When I talk about the TVET, the Technical Vocational Education and Training, now it is transforming. It is transforming in a very good rate, and it's very much in link with what industry requires. So AI is very useful, very helpful in that sense, where they use what we call augmented reality and all that for teaching and all that for simulation purposes and all that. This is relevant for industry purposes. So the college, the technical colleges are preparing workforce for the industry. That, I'm fully supportive of that, because that's where you need it.
Indeed.
But I'm worried about this still going back to the fundamentals of the early age of school.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much for all the insightful interventions from our fellow esteemed panelists. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Sometimes it's very hard to be the last panel before lunch, so we apologize for keeping you waiting. And of course, the panelists are around for any additional conversations. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for the great panel. And we're not ready for lunch yet. We have something coming up your way. So for that, may I call Miss Martina. We actually have a group of Italian innovators who will be pitching in front of you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and dear friends, it's a tremendous honor and a sincere privilege to introduce you the Italian delegation and especially our 6 innovators who are here today to pitch and tell you about their project ideas. My name is Martina Di Piazza and I'm investment promotion expert of UNIDO ITPO Italy. And UNIDO ITPO Italy is an executive partner of this project funded by the Friuli Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region, which is a region and a regional government geographically located in northeast of Italy, close to the Slovenian and Austria border. The project aims to tangibly support young innovators with the youth and women engagement in order to tackle and cope climate change and access them to the global market. So I call our innovators, and I start with 2 young ladies, Miss Silvia De Cleva and Erika Scussolin. Please, the floor is yours. And good luck.
Good morning. Okay. So, thank you. We are Silvia De Cleva and Erika Scussolin. We are excited to present you Bioxygen, an idea that was inspired by the 2 projects we presented for the UNIDO ITPO Call for Ideas that led us to this forum. In particular, I worked on a sustainable power bank, and while Erika presented an air purifier for urban environments. Together we develop
Bioxygen, a startup focused on indoor air purification using microalgae. But let's start from the beginning. Do you know that each of us every day produces about 1 kilogram of CO2 just by breathing? This worsens the air quality around us, and consider that indoor air is up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air. If we stay, for example, many hours in a room, we feel mentally tired and less focused, and we are experiencing the effects of high levels of CO2. And this is called sick building syndrome. But how can we improve the air quality we breathe, and how can we improve the quality of air around us? Well, one solution is to fill our houses and our offices with plants, but consider that for the compensation of only 1 person amount of CO2, we need an amount of 10 trees, so it's such a good quantity. So, our solution is an innovative natural air purifier that, thanks to the microalgae, can absorb CO2 and produce oxygen for the equivalent of 30 houseplants. All of this in one small, compact, well-designed device. So this is Oxy, a purifier that allows you to breathe healthy air indoor. It is environmentally friendly. It uses materials that are sustainable and from circular economy and organic microalgae. And this can have a lot of benefits on our health and well-being.
Our advantage and uniqueness is the ability of microalgae to absorb CO2 and produce oxygen through the photosynthesis. That is a natural process that cannot be reproduced by any technology on the market. In addition to that, Oxy can also reduce volatile organic compounds and particulate matter and odors into our air. We will start in June with the MVP testing and analysis of the market response. Then we will improve our technology in order to get the patents necessary to enter the B2B market first, B2C market, and in the next future, B2G market. We have planned 3 rounds of fundings. With the first round, we will focus on research and development for improving the microalgae strain and the technology. With the second round, we will focus on developing a smart device and on entering effectively B2B market and B2C market. And with the third round, we will develop a bigger device for larger areas, for example, for cities. Finally, this is our team composed by 7 students and graduates with very different backgrounds. This makes our team heterogeneous and cross-cutting across multiple areas. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to the Friuli Venezia Giulia region and UNIDO for this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. You're great.
Thank you very much.
We have the pleasure to announce that our program of the Bahrain model and enterprise development investment promotion, we have been working and implementing it with the University of Trieste. This program, it is in cooperation with our partner, ITPO Rome.
Yeah, so actually as ITPO Rome in Italy, we strongly believe the involvement between universities and entrepreneurs.
So for the last 6 months, we have been coaching those innovative entrepreneurs to finalize and fine-tune their business plan. And this is why you can see them today, they're pitching in front of you. But then the second step, we will help them for developing the prototype and then how they can make it as a business. Because most of the innovation, there are 12 of them. We have, I think, about 6 here.
Yeah. In fact, we launched a yes call last year. We received several applications, I think more than 12 or 15. And in the end, the evaluation committee selected the most brilliant project ideas. And so we have here our 6 innovators.
And most of the projects, they are solutions of problems we are facing in our region. You will see that. And then after we finalize the prototype, we will look into access to finance and how we can boost these technologies to find solutions for our challenges. This is, again, it is part of the program how we develop partnership with different countries to support the economic development of course, as always we say, the Arab region and Africa. So we will leave you with this delightful different presentations, and we hope that our entrepreneurs from more than 84 countries can also be helped to bring their dreams for startup or existing enterprises to grow and develop. Thank you again,
Yes,
ITPO Rome.
and also, my dearest colleagues, I would say this is a tangible example how ITPO's office work together.
And this is show and demonstrate that we are a network and how we integrate and synergize our activities. Also, we have my colleagues from the different ITPOs. You know, we have ITPO Japan with us. We have ITPO Germany online. And unfortunately, ITPO Mrs. Diana, she's
Yes.
also with us online.
Yes, but actually she is in Italy because now there is also a Codeway Expo, the huge international event which sponsor and support international cooperation.
But we are very happy that Mrs. Haidara, our Deputy Director General herself, is witnessing the integration and the synergies between ITPOs.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now I would like to introduce the second pitch. Please, Davide Pivetta, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Thank you, Martina, for the introduction. I'm Davide Pivetta. I'm proposing the development of an optimization tool for design green hydrogen production and use systems. The framework in which we are developing our business is the need to achieve a global energy transition, which of course involves the decarbonization of different sectors, from residential to industrial one. Hydrogen could facilitate the penetration of renewable where full electrification is not achievable. Hydrogen is particularly promising for a sector, for example, hard-to-abate industry, steel and chemical industries, and heavy-duty vehicles. Nowadays, hydrogen production is produced mostly from fossil fuel, with a great impact on air emissions. Only the 4% of hydrogen is produced via electrolysis. Now the trend is changing, and most of countries in the world are investing on green hydrogen, and green hydrogen production is expected to double in the next 5 years. This is an example of a green hydrogen ecosystem. Electricity produced from wind and solar energy can be used to produce green hydrogen, and hydrogen could be used by the different sectors or exported. This is a good opportunity for countries that have a high availability of renewable energy sources. The advantage of hydrogen is that it's zero emission, and the disadvantage is that it has a higher cost. Is 2-3 times higher than the hydrogen produced from fossil fuels. So there's the need of investment and fundings to grow the green hydrogen industry capacity, and in particular for the electrolyzer capacity production. One of the problems is the optimal design or operation of this kind of plant. In particular, in our business, we are developing this software for real monitoring the operation of hydrogen production plant, introducing advanced modeling techniques and providing a digital twin for the long-term operation of the plant. Now we are developing our software. The project aims to develop the first version of the tool at the beginning of the next years, and we have already some potential customers that thank you for our region and European fundings. There are several hydrogen ecosystems that are growing in Europe, and we have some potential customers that we can finance us for developing this software. But in the second step, we want to commercialize this software, and we need fundings. We are two young innovators. I got a PhD in industrial engineering, and I work on hydrogen technologies for 4 years. And my colleagues is another PhD student that is now working on the development of a green hydrogen ecosystem in northeast of Italy. We need other person will join us for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Davide, for your very insightful presentation. Now I have the honor to call Silvio Baratto for his speech. The floor is yours, and good luck.
Good morning, I'm Silvio Baratto. In 1950, the sea was abundant with fish, with 22% of the available stock being fished at a sustainable level, leaving 78% developing or underexploited. In 1961, part of the ocean started to collapse. Today, only 70% is developing, 60% is overfished, and 2% is collapsed. Overfishing causes annual economic losses of $83 billion. But we have a solution. We aim to leverage AI to improve fishermen earnings and improve marine health. Our solution, we bring a solution of 3 products. The first one is the predictive analysis. We want to forecast the optimal amount of fishing catches. After, we're going to produce the mapping technology. This map is going to identify the high-density fish regions, and also is going to have enhanced maps. And the third product is a smart camera that are automatically going to identify the catches and the species. The market in Europe in 2021 was 32.6 billion euros. And in Italy, we have 1,500 cooperatives, giving a potential market of 3.4 million in 2030. But why now? Because in all the world, we are facing a decreasing of the fishing fleets. And also, we are searching for innovation in a conservative sector. In the 2030, we estimated an exponential growth. But I say we. Well, why we say we? Because I have a strong team behind me. I have the full professor of probabilistic machine learning, Luca Bortolussi, that is considered one of the 500 experts in AI in Europe. There is me, a proven data scientist in the business. And also we have Romina, a PhD candidate in AI, expert of AI, and also daughter of a fisherman family. But for doing an MOI, we seek for an investment of 380,000 euros. The strategy in the first year is going to be working in our local regions, because there we have the optimal environment. We have the research institutions, we have the fishermen, and we have also a strong AI university. I finish it. We are now in acceleration, and I thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you, Silvia, for your very unique presentation. And now, without doubt, I give the floor to Leonardo Bressan. Good luck.
Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. I'm Leonardo Bressan. I'm a student at the University of Trieste, and I'm here today to present you Give It. I started for a problem. I read in a journal that in average statistics, the average European household uses only 20% of the items they own on a regular basis. So the majority of their resources are essentially unused, taking up a valuable space and contributing to a negative impact on the environment. These 80% of items that are not regularly used is not only about money you spend to buy them, but it's also about resources, because the production and disposal of these items requires significant resources, such as energy, water, and raw materials. This accelerates pollution and accelerates climate change. So the solution is Give It. To give a longer life to items, Give It is a platform that allows users to rent items instead of buying them. So whether they're looking to free up space in their home while reducing their environmental footprint, Give It is the perfect solution for them. We started design an app prototype. We started with developing our team in September, and then we designed our prototype. In late of April, we launched our first MVP that we developed all internally. And we also developed a website that will hold our web platform. Why now? Because now the sharing economy market worth over than 104 billion euros and has an annual growth rate of about 32%. And only in Italy, only in the specific market we want to focus on, has an annual growth rate of 15%. And the competition is low because we want to focus more on insurance and also the user experience, because we want to focus a lot on the customer. To do so, we developed an insurance program that allows users to keep them safe and to protect also the item. And also we want to create partnership with shops and companies to help them also to rent their items with us. Give It is sustainable, as it follows goals number 11, 12, and 13 of the agenda. As I said, we launched our first MVP at the late of April, and the results were amazing. Then we want to focus more on partnership with shops and also on insurance program. And then we want to create a new team. We want, to create a larger team, also getting other people from other countries to collaborate together. This now is my team. We are 6 students and also workers in different fields, from engineering, design, economics, and so on. This is Give It. Give it a longer life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Leonardo. So last but not least, Stefano Cecchinel. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stefano Cecchinel, and this is Digital Soil. A couple of centuries ago, Thomas Jefferson said that cultivators of the earth are the most important citizens. But what's happening now in 2024? Agriculture is facing a series of challenges, mainly climate change and water scarcity. All of these problems are solved by the growing market of sustainable agriculture and smart agriculture, but we are taking a step further. We are focusing on precision irrigation and time management for farmers, and we do it using AI and the digital twin technology. A digital twin is a virtual representation of a physical object. We put sensors directly on the ground which measure soil parameters, light, humidity, and wind. All of the data are collected and put into an algorithm that can make simulation and make a predictive model. For example, we are able to do what-if scenarios, like what will change if the farmer make a different crop rotation or changes the pattern of irrigation. In this map, in the blue triangles, you see the different vineyards of our first partner. Each one of those has a different soil composition, different light, different wind, different slope. Everyone is different, and they need a model. They need a way to study, to know in advance the behavior of each one of those farmlands, and digital soil can do it. Of course, we have a few weaknesses on some sides, but we're working on it. Now, in this moment, we're focusing on the building of an MVP, which is now on vineyards because of our partners, which are helping on it. But digital soil can be applied to other crops, of course, and is easily scalable. So that is our main target, to expand to other crops, other cultivations. Now we made a simulation of a worst-case scenario, starting with a smaller market than our target, which is the northern eastern part of Italy, and only with vineyards. And in our worst-case scenario, we show that even in 4 years, the startup is profitable, starting from an investment of 400,000 euros. We have proudly managed to achieve 4 SDGs, but now it's up to you. Please write us. Help us to make successful this aim and be part of the innovation. Thank you.
So, dear innovators, grazie, thank you, shukran, for your very inspirational pitches. You are our hope and you are the future to build and create a more sustainable and inclusive world. So thank you so much, and thank you for your attention.
الحضور الكريم، نبقى الآن مع مداخلة خاصة حول منصة مجلس الأعمال الروسي العربي، حيث يسرنا استضافة السيدة تاتيانا جافيلافا، رئيسة المجلس الروسي العربي لرجال الأعمال ورئيسة منظمة سيدات الأعمال الروسية، فلتتفضل، والسيد خالد حنفي.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move now to a very short intervention by the chairperson of the Russian Arab Business Council platform, chairman of the RABC, and the president of all Russian public organization Women in Business, alongside Dr. Khalid Hanafi.
Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We would like presentation today, big platform. It's platform made in Russia. It's platform for Russian and Arab businessmen. We made this platform together with Chamber of Commerce, all Arab countries. And it's very, very important. This is like mixed Facebook, and this is like mixed Facebook together with marketplace. A 64 big IT Russian company working about this platform. It's absolutely new production in Middle East and in the Russia, in the world. Yes. Yeah, we start now today, and after we move in. And we would like to invite you, registration please on this platform. We show small presentation now, and now Dr. Khalid talk about how it's idea and also.
Thank you very much. Actually, we're talking about a platform that designed in Russia with the very advanced technology. The main purpose of the platform is to make matchmaking and to create a marketplace for Russian and Arab business people in both sides. This platform is very smart. It's based on the AI, and it has 4 interfaces with 4 languages, so we can work whether in the Arab language, the Arabic language, Russian, English, so it's very easy and user-friendly. The main purpose here is that for the Arab business people, they will be able to find the counterparts in Russia in different sectors, different activities. And the design of the platform is really advanced, based on very advanced technology. And it includes everything. It's like a full service, because it has not only just to find a partner, but also for finance, for insurance, for logistics, and for inspection as well. So I know that the colleagues here will introduce the technical part of this platform. And as mentioned by Ms. Tatiana, everybody is invited to register in this to get the benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr. Khalid. Thank you very much. And we would like now show small presentation. 3D, IT. This is platform have name MENA, and this is platform includes all Arab countries and Russia. This is platform for the private company, only for the private sector, of course, and government business sector too. And this is platform working, like talk before, Dr. Khalid, working in transportation and logistics and money and mining and export and import, and for the EU partnership. Now it's possible registration. It's absolutely free for everybody. It's free. This is a pleasure from the Russian side. And we would like to invite for this platform, welcome please. We're very happy open new digital production. Thank you very much.
حضورنا الأعزاء، ندعوكم الآن لتناول وجبة الغداء، معنا ساعة واحدة فقط. نعود لنراكم في تمام 3 مساء لاستكمال يومنا الثالث والأخير.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join us for lunch at the basement, and we shall resume the remainder of our program at 3 o'clock. So we'll see you back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم مساء الخير مجدداً، نرحب بعودتكم من جديد. لا شك أن المرأة استطاعت أن تحظى بمكانتها المرموقة في مجتمعاتنا المحلية والدولية، خاصة وأن أدوارها الفاعلة وبصمتها المتميزة أصبحت محط إعجاب وتقدير على كافة الأصعدة والمجالات. أعزائي، عنوان جلستنا القادمة يسلط الضوء أكثر على مراحل ومحطات تقدم المرأة.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up to you is another session themed Women Progression. And for that, allow me to call our panelists. Founder of MENA Business Women Network, Mrs. Afnan Zayani. The President of Economic Business Women Council, Alexandria Chamber of Commerce, Board Member at the International Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Reem Siam. Chairwoman of the Business Women Committee of Amman Chamber of Commerce, CEO of Jordan Strategy Forum, Nisreen Barakat. The chairperson of the Russian Arab Business Council, the president of All Russian Public Organization, Women in Business, Tatiana Gilava. And the president of Women Professional Women, Mrs. Antonia Karamba-Kokar. Moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be the CEO of Al Hurra for Management and Business Development Consultancy Company, Mrs. Reem Bedran.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon. I know it's not easy to be the last session after lunch, the last day of the conference. Everybody's tired. But I really thank you for being here with us. We have a wonderful panelist. We'll be talking about women progression throughout the world. My name is Reem Bedran. I'm from Jordan. I'll be more than happy to moderate this session. We'll be talking about interesting issues concerning women and what they have done. And we have several countries actually represented in this panel. May I introduce Bahrain, represented by Ms. Afnan Zayani, who is also the chairperson and the founder of Arab Businesswomen MENA Network. She'll be talking about Bahrain and also about the MENA Network. And then also we have from Russia, also very prominent figure from Russia, Ms. Tatiana Gavyali, who is the chair of All Russian Public Organization Women in Business, and also the president of Russian Arab Business Council. If you want to talk about Russia and the Arab countries, women, this is the person who can you talk to. So we'll be hearing more about the Russian cooperation in Russia and the Arab world. We have also Ms. Reem Siam from Egypt, from Alexandria. Ms. Reem, she's the president and Economic Business Women Council in Alexandria at the Chamber of Commerce, and also very happy and proud to have her as a board member of the International Chamber of Commerce. So we're very happy that we have an Arab woman from Alexandria who is a board member at the ICC. Congratulations, Reem. We're very happy also to hear the story from Sierra Leone, from Africa, represented by Ms. Antonia Gambaba-Coker. She's the president of the Business Professional Women from Sierra Leone. We'll be very happy to hear your story as well. And also my dear friend, Her Excellency, Ms. Nisreen Barakat from Jordan. And she is the chair of the Amman Chamber of Commerce Business Committee. and also the CEO of Jordan Strategic Forum. She used to be the Minister of Planning in Jordan. She's in so many boards in policy making, the Central Bank of Jordan, and many business community in the country. We're very proud and happy to have her here to talk about also women progress in Jordan. Before I start, I would like to do some minor changes, not according to the sequence of the calendar that have been sent to you. I would, if you don't mind, I will start by Her Excellency Ms. Nasreen Barakat. Because of the delay, we're supposed to start at 2 p.m. and now it's almost 3:15 and she has a flight to catch. So with the permission of the distinguished speakers, may I start with you, Nasreen? If you just tell us more. Tell us, we have heard about this morning and before about innovation, technology, issues related to challenges facing young youth people in several countries around the world, and of course, women. Women around the world, they face issues and challenges related to access to finance, policy changes, cultural issues, bureaucracy, and also a lot of things. It has laws and regulations. They have two things that they have to do. They have themselves as female mothers, daughters, and they have big responsibilities, naturally speaking. And on the other hand, they want to go out and work. But they face challenges as well. So from your experience, you're a major policymaker in Jordan and in the region as well. Tell us more about challenges that are being faced in Jordan for women, and where are they today, and what have been done, and tell us stories that we can really share experiences from your experience, please. Thank you, Nasreen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Reem, for this kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Hashim, his esteemed team, and the UNIDO, their partners, for this kind of invitations. I'm thrilled and honored, really, to be part of this distinguished panel. As you know, Reem, with the ongoing conflicts, crisis, globally and regionally, actually nations need to intensify their efforts to achieve the UN SDGs. And here I want to shed the light specifically on the gender equality, which is the topic of our session today. The gender equality, which talks about the empowerment of women, has become increasingly more difficult to achieve. The global gender gap is actually widening, and achieving it will be more challenging than what we ever thought before. This conclusion actually is supported by a recent report that was published by the World Bank under the name Women, Business and Law in April 2024. The report stated that the average score is around, for women, is around 64 out of 100 for all nations. And none of the nations reached the full mark, if you like. This means that the gender gap is huge and a lot of work has to be done. Two-thirds of women have only two-thirds of men's rights, and there is no place to achieve, as I mentioned earlier, the full legal parity across all indicators in all countries. However, the good news, we always feel that in Jordan we are behind. In this report, it shows that Jordan has recorded a remarkable progress in the report. Actually, the country score improved by 12.5 points, raising above 18 countries in the gap, in bridging that gap. This improvement is expected really to boost the current economic participation of women in Jordan, which stands at 21%. And that very disappointing percent, 21 economic participation, is actually similar to what's the economic participation in the MENA region. And it is way below, it's half actually the average in the worldwide, which is 53%. The shocking number here is that in the MENA region, economic participation is 21%, while it was 20% in 1991. So we are not really progressing. Time is passing, and we are not progressing. For that reason, Jordan the low participation of in the economy, Jordan worked on a number of efforts, and actually with the late reform efforts that took place, we've been working on political, economical, and administrative reforms that were launched by His Majesty the King. The gender equality was across the agenda of these three reforms. Accordingly, Jordan worked on a number of initiatives. For example, I would like to give amendments on the Constitution, Article 6, to give the woman more rights, increased representation across the various sectors, economic empowerment measures such as paid leave, penalties on discrimination or even harassment, definition of sexual harassment, which was missing at the national level, in addition to governance instructions for women representation on boards. While still Jordan is working in order to monitor the progress closely and ensure that we are doing well on the development of a national indicator to monitor women participation, formalization of women's work in the informal sector. As you know, they are more likely to go into the informal sector while they are not socially protected, and that is an issue. Adoption of a gender equality seal by the institutions, the establishment of e-commerce platforms, in addition, of course, of the continuation of the training programs. That's why Jordan was considered among the top 5 performance in that report, along actually with Sierra Leone. Based also on the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Report in 2023, Jordan ranked, although in some of the indicators Jordan ranked well, in the education, entrepreneurial education, the rank was very low. Why I picked this specifically? Because we are talking about fostering economic growth through innovation and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship education is very much needed from the school level. Female participation, you mentioned the ICT sector. One of the sectors that women really progressed very well was the ICT. They form around 43% of graduates from the ICT schools, while they are almost 1/3 of employment in the technical, managerial, and leadership position in the ICT sector. However, when it comes to ownership, it is only 5% in the ICT sector and 8% across the various sectors. So talking about a majority of ownership is an issue. My last point, I would like to say that the issue, when it comes to job creation and opportunities for women, we have to talk about fostering economic growth. Without economic growth, we cannot really ensure better performance when it comes to economic participation. Taking Jordan as an example, the economy generates around 6,000 jobs a year, while labor market graduates that enter the labor market around 100,000 graduates. So the gap is huge. That's why we need to work on the increasing the economic growth. And also we know and understand, and that's why we work intensively on the women economic participation, because the more she participates, the better will be the productivity, the better will be the growth in the Jordanian economy. So we need her talent and intellectual to give back to the economy.
Thank you. Thank you, Nisreen. You mentioned technology, you mentioned innovation, you mentioned participation. may you highlight a little bit on the financial inclusion, since you are a board member in the Central Bank of Jordan? I think the Central Bank did work into changing curricula, and I think this is a success story to share as well. The last minute, I know that you have to run to the airport now, but maybe just in 1 minute you can just highlight on this issue, and then I will leave you to go.
Actually, financial inclusion is a very important issue, and the digital inclusion is part of it at the same time. Jordan adopted the National Financial Inclusion Strategy for the past 3 years, and it set targets towards women inclusion. By the end of that strategy, Jordan was able to achieve higher than the target that it set. In specific, actually, the process was expedited during COVID-19. So they say always that with any crisis or opportunities come. During that crisis, there was a lot of effort on women inclusion financially. It was very important to ensure that they reach financial resources, are especially support during this tough time is reaching women. Mobile e-wallets, among other tools, were utilized in a very quick manner. That contributed in achieving a lot and improving the results of the financial inclusion. That doesn't mean we are there. A lot of work is still need to be done. That's why now we are working after we've done assessment for the strategy and its performance. We are working on the second phase on the financial inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nasreen. Appreciate it. I know that you have to run to the airport. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this opportunity and wish you the best of luck with your panel.
Thank you. Thank you. بالسلامة. الله معك. Okay, with this, we talk about Jordan. Now we have to shift to Bahrain and also MENA. Yes. Not just Bahrain, because Afnan, my dear friend, is holding two hats. Ms. Afnan, she's the founder of the MENA Businesswoman Network, and I'm very proud and happy to be part of this network as well as a founder. And there's a lot that have been done recently, and we would like to hear the story from Ms. Afnan to talk about the network, the new initiative that will be launched, and also success stories, and maybe also to ask from the audience if anything that you might need. Thank you, Afnan.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
If I can have the slides,
Can
please?
we have the slides?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reem. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for being here after lunch. I didn't expect this number of people. So the MENA Businesswomen Network was established in 2010. It was launched from Bahrain with its headquarters in Bahrain. It comprises 10 business women societies in the MENA region, which is the Middle East and North Africa. And then it was relaunched in 2016 with another, and Ms. Reem Badran was the president at that time. And now, finally, نروح للسلايد اللي وراها لو سمحتوا, please. Can you change?
Next.
Next. Okay. Now, the MENA region also in 2003 was re-established with these entities here. As you can see, these are the founders. We have from the Emirates and from Jordan and from Bahrain, Tunisia, Algeria, and as you can see, we have also other...
Egypt.
Sorry?
Egypt.
Egypt, yeah, I'm just following, yeah. Then we have Egypt, and we have from Morocco, Lebanon, Syria, and as you can see, these are the 10 countries that we have now. However, the network, the Article of Association, allows for 22 countries within the MENA region, and we invite them all to join us. The names of each country is represented, which we call a hub, represented by a person authorized by the network or by the society to represent that society in the network. The main thing about the network is we are working to empower women, and we serve the community at large, not just women and the youth at large. Because of the time constraint, I will go straight to our next slide. Our project is to have a portal. The portal will serve the 10 businesswomen societies. And the idea was that we offer services through the portal, like to help to alleviate the problem or challenge of unemployment. As Ms. Nasreen just explained, the gap, the parity between graduates and the jobs available in certain countries is so big. Yet in the Arabian Gulf countries, we don't have enough population to cope up with the growth. So we require manpower from out of Bahrain. And we depend heavily on to get workforce or manpower from Southeast Asia and from India. So the idea is, why can't we within the MENA region reach to the countries that have got a big number of graduates but don't know how to come to apply for jobs in our part of the world? What the idea was of the MENA is, in each hub of the 10 hubs, which I just showed earlier, you saw the hubs there. Let's go back. These are the hubs. In each hub, they will select a recruiting company that is authorized. We are not going to do the job of recruitment companies. We recruit in each hub in a fair way. We will choose a recruitment company, and then we will network all the recruitment companies together, and then the members can post the vacancies they have and the jobs, and we work with each other. And that portal also will serve in this way. Also, it will create a database for all the members, because each society has got so many members. They can showcase also their products, and then we will have a payment gateway, and the company selected in each hub will be also selected by each hub, the best company that will give the best offer to the hub there. Out of the sale from the showcase, a small cut will be reserved for the network to cover administrative costs, and the rest will be, of course, to the benefit of the seller. The third point that we want to do, the third service, would be education. We will offer through the platform, through the portal, some courses and workshops that will help all. And this will be open for the members, and later on in the future, we can open it also for non-members. For the first year, we are going to exempt no charges for the members, so they can come exhibit their products, make use of it, and we'll also foster a number of productive family projects that have got commercial registration, as well as the artisanal or craftsmen, to join us in this platform, so they can showcase their products. Now, for this, we need to have partners who can act as sponsors, who will be working with us. We look to the private sector to help us on this, and we also look at the companies that work in the MENA region. We also need partners for education and the partner for recruitment agencies, as well as the payment gateways. So this is our initiative in short. I hope I didn't pass my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Afnan. In short, the challenges that we face mostly in the Arab world, that outside our Arab world, we talk about employment. This is a place to match unemployed with companies or countries that need employment. So this portal will help in that. We talk about network in terms of marketing. This tool will help in market the products, and it will help training. So these are three challenges that women face, or entrepreneurs, I would say, face. This portal actually will be able to help. We have with Mr. Afnan, we have several interests now as sponsors, but we thought at this conference it would be worthwhile also to give share to those interest parties to be able, who would like to be participants also, would be more than happy to talk to us about this issue.
If I may add also one last thing, which is very important goal of our network. It is to network with other networks. I always believe in networking the networks. Like we just signed with the women from Russia. we signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with Ms. Tatiana to cooperate between, for cooperation between our networks. That way we extend bridges, not only MENA region, we'll extend to other areas. Through Ms. Reem Siyam also, she has got connection in Europe and so on. And by the way, both Ms. Reem and Reem are founding members of this network. So you can see that, can you imagine if 10 business women's societies at this level put their heads together to a common goal, how we can really affect positive change in the MENA region? And then any country who would like to join, they can be under affiliation of the hubs that are already in these regions. So it is open for all of you to benefit from this network.
Thank you, Afnan. May I also announce, with the permission of Mrs. Reem Baghdadi, Dr. Reem Baghdadi from Jordan. Ms. Reem Baghdadi, she is the president of the Jordan Businesswomen Association. We have prominent members as well from the association. And also they will be in cooperation, hopefully we're waiting now for the board decision from the Chamber of Jordan, because I'm there with the MENA representing Jordan Chamber of Commerce. So I'm the person as a hub in Jordan. So I'm just saying this as an example. So also the association from Jordan will be hopefully a member. We're waiting for the board approvals and some procedures will be done hopefully soon. So that will enlarge the entity and will enlarge the benefits for our female members. And I think the Chamber of Jordan Chamber, where he just left to the airport as well. So we thank the Jordan Chamber of Commerce for their support and for this kind of initiative. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Reem Baghdadi. May we go next to Ms. Reem Siyam, the president of the Economic Social Business Women Network in Alexandria and also board member of the ICC. Please, we'd like to hear from you on the issues in Egypt, the challenges you face. And also I know there's a lot of things that you work, and I would like you to highlight on this what you have done with the WTO and the UN concerning tenders. We know that in business, there are public tenders all over the world. The share of women who actually participate in tenders around the world is less than 1%. Why is that? And I think Reem has highlighted the challenges, why, and what can be done actually to increase this from the less than 1% to a reasonable percentage actually, because they are in business and they can really have good products and services, but they do shy away from participating in the public tender. This is one of the issues. Maybe this is a starting point for you, and then you can talk about other issues as well. The floor is yours, Reem.
Thank you, Reem, for inviting me and for being in this important panel. Thank you, Reem, for your introduction first, and thanks to UNIDO for inviting me to this important panel. Actually, about the women in tender, this was the latest topic in the WTO conference in Abu Dhabi, and it was, they started to launch a campaign with the UN Women to have more women or to foster many women to apply for tender and public procurement. So it was the hottest topic, like I told you yesterday, and we are working on it. UN Women and WTO are working on it, and I think this is very, very important because there is a very small percentage from women who wanted to, or who want to apply for the tenders, for the public tenders, because it's very hard for them to make all the process. You know, we have the process. There is the 5 Ps of the process of the tenders. It was I will tell you.
The paperwork.
How to apply, how to discuss the tender process, and I will tell you here, I wrote them. The proposal, the planning, the pricing, the people, and the project. So the 5 Ps, for them, it's very difficult to be involved in it. So it's very important topic, so we are working on it. Okay. For Egypt. Actually, in Egypt, the role of women in our society has grown from restrictive and marginalized position to one of increasing empowerment in the present. So we have fought for a long time and succeed to make significant achievements. So we had to struggle for decades to achieve equality in our Chamber of Commerce. I will take the role of us in our Chamber of Commerce, in Alexandria Chamber of Commerce. So we had to struggle for decades to achieve equality. Since 1922, the establishment of the Chambers of Commerce in Egypt, there was no entity for women there. In 2015, we started to launch the first entity for women in Alexandria Chamber of Commerce. Alexandria Chamber of Commerce is the oldest chamber in the Mediterranean region. So we started to establish the first entity for women under the name of Economic Business Women Council. And we struggled to make it. It was too difficult. We started in Alexandria Chamber, we kicked out of Alexandria Chamber, and then promoted and established another one, or others, not one, but others in many other governorates. So we have now 10 councils for women in 10 governorates in Egypt. And we have 2 presidents here, by the way. We have Jahan Rabia and Nahed from ENA, 2 presidents from 2 councils in Egypt. So we struggled and we do it. But now what I want to say, that we engraved our name not only in the Egyptian Chamber of Commerce, but also we succeeded to engrave it in the World Chamber Federation. So now we are here in business, in the MENA network, and also in the Egyptian Chamber of Commerce, around into 10 governorates, and then in the World Chamber Federation. David is there, yes? David, hi. David is one of the members of the General Council of the International Chamber of Commerce, so he's there also.
Thank you. Thank you. No? We did not start yet. We just started, Dr. Hashim. We need... Yeah, come back for us. Yes. So we need another 2 hours, maybe. Okay. This is just like an experience to be shared. For countries who don't have women on the boards of chambers, a way out is to establish committees. The least thing that can be done is to establish committees within that chamber to be able to serve the women who are members in that chamber. So Egypt started this. Jordan has a committee as well, and other countries can also follow the lead, which is really a great experience that can be done. So thank you very much, Reem, for sharing this. May I go next to Russia? Very interesting, actually. Ms. Tatiana Givilava, who is the chair of the All Russian Public Organization Women in Business and the president of Russian Arab Business Council. Tatiana, you have recently also signed an agreement with the MENA Businesswomen Network. This is also another way for you to network with the businesswomen in the region. Tell us more about women in Russia, and tell us more about your cooperation between Russia and the Arab region. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for the invitation for this forum, for invitation for this panel and personality. I would like to say thank you so much, Madam Avlan, and for you for your invitation before. We have forum in Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
And talking in March last year. And I thought, please, we think that you, MAU, she said, okay, of course, little bit late. No, little bit late, okay, 1 hour, 6 months. We think that you did, 2 months, right? 1 hour, 2 months ago. I would like to, it's now
Could you excuse me just for a second. معلش إذا سمحتوا هدوء. Because the panelists cannot really speak. Please, if you like to sit, إخوان, أخواتي, أصدقائي, إذا بتحبوا تقعدوا أهلا وسهلا فيكم. Please have a seat. Please go ahead.
Yes, right. And I would like to talk about what is it association in Russia now, how we have business in Russia. But here in this region, we have here in this hall ladies from Russia. It's 15 regions. We have in Russia 89 regions now. And we open office only in 56. We have very big country and we moving. In my association Business Video for Russia, we have now close to 6,000 people. 6,000 people, it's not too much, but we have close 50% business lady, it's all businessmen, 50% it's women. And we have in women, it's close to 57% it's women live in Russia. And my English too bad. I would like to invite one guy, he's translate me, but I talk a little bit, okay? Да. Я хочу сказать о том, что у нас ассоциация очень активно развивается.
أحب أن أقول أن المنظمة لدينا هي تتطور بشكل جيد جدا.
И в нашей ассоциации сейчас есть несколько флагмановских программ, о которых я сказать хотела буквально 2 слова.
ولدى منظمتنا العديد من البرامج التي تعدها وأنا أحب أن أقول بعض الكلمات عن هذه البرامج.
Первая очень важная программа, она называется Lady 007.
أول منظمة هي
Что делает эта программа? Мы обучаем женщин, которые имеют собственный бизнес, как правильно выстраивать бизнес в той или иной отрасли.
نحن نعلم السيدات اللواتي لديهن عمل ما كيف ينتجون وكيف يبدأون بهذا الأعمال سواء كان هو على أي صعيد كان.
65 человек команда работает над этой программой.
65 شخصا يعمل على هذا البرنامج.
И эта программа бесплатная.
وهذا البرنامج هو مجاني.
И каждая дама может пройти эту программу 1 раз в год, потому что они всегда обновляются.
وكل شخص بإمكانه التقدم لهذا البرنامج مرة كل سنة.
Там есть победители. Победители обычно поддерживает государство для тех проектов, которые они в процессе обучения продвигают.
وكل سنة هناك الفائزين ونحن دائما نقدم لهم المساعدة لكي يستمروا في الأعمال التي بدأوا بها.
Вторая программа, которую мы делаем, она направлена на международный сектор.
البرنامج الثاني الذي نقوم به هو برنامج على المستوى العالمي.
Помимо того, что мы друг друга поддерживаем внутри ассоциации, вот, например, у нас сейчас член нашей ассоциации от города Москвы, Аника, она является дизайнером.
فنحن لا نساعد بعضنا البعض فقط في روسيا فلدينا العديد من الناس الذين قدموا من موسكو وأحداهن هي مصممة أزياء وهي مصممة أزياء.
Она специально для всех вас, зная, что сегодня будет это заседание.
وهي تعرف جيدا بالأزياء الشرقية أيضا.
Она сделала коллекцию для женщин, которые, для мусульманских женщин.
وهي تقوم بإعداد العديد من الفساتين والموديلات التي مختصة بالسيدات العربيات.
Ну, нас она тоже вырядила в деловые костюмы. Я вот сегодня тоже в ее костюме работаю, в ее обуви, чтобы показать возможности. Мы очень поддерживаем все друг друга, чтобы показать возможности и способности наших модельеров.
وهذه الثياب التي ارتديها اليوم هي صنع يديها.
Что касается международной темы, то мы хотим мы открыли новую мировую ассоциацию со штаб-квартирой в городе Москве.
وما يخص الأعمال على المستوى العالمي فقد قمنا بافتتاح إحدى المنظمات في مدينة موسكو.
Она называется «Женский деловой совет».
Простите.
«Женский деловой совет».
وهي تسمى المجتمع النسائي للاستثمار.
Мы сделали платформу, она называется «Мена». Для бизнес-леди и бизнесменов тоже. Мы мужчин не бросаем.
والمنصة هي تسمى مينا وهي المنصة لسيدات الأعمال.
И она на 4 языках. Она на 4 языках, 4 language. This platform have 4 language.
وهي على 4 لغات.
It's mix Facebook and together with marketplace. It's very big project. It's I'm sorry if you understand me. 61 company, IT big company in Russia, handmade for a year. And construction. It's a new platform. It's absolutely new. In this platform, you have client, partner. It's personality, only personality, like you business lady, you name like this, family name and name a company, you CEO or maybe vice president, like that. It's personality, you have, как будет страничка? Страничка. Да.
Page.
Yeah, yes, you have, yes. You have this is very, very important. It's logistic, it's pay money, it's mining, it's partner, export, import also. It's very, very nice, very good, it's very new product. And we starting, we show for everybody and invite in this platform named Mena.
Mena.
Welcome. It's new digital platform.
Maybe we can also
of course, collaboration together. And after we would like organize together with lady from Egypt, together with lady from UAE, Madam Farida, we're talking about. We would like organize new exhibition, world exhibition for the woman, handmade woman.
Handmade. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Great work, big network in Russia, and now you're taking Russia to the Arab world through the network that you have. And I think the projects, the services that you have mentioned, the portal as well is extremely important. Thank you very much for sharing this with us, and thank you for the lady as well and for the design and the production that they have made. Thank you, congratulations. We go now to Sierra Leone, if you don't mind. Now, Ms. Antonia will be talking about the Sierra Leone experience.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear more about your experience and share your successes and challenges that you face for women.
Thank you. Last but not least, good afternoon, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here talking about a topic that's close to my heart, advancement of women. In Sierra Leone, women make up approximately 60% of the population, yet they only hold about 20% of elected positions. Their presence, visibility, and participation in both elective and appointive roles remain significantly low compared to men. These challenges stem from various factors, including the lack of economic autonomy, high rates of illiteracy, entrenched societal norms and customs, limited land rights, political violence, and supportive laws for the women. Our young girls as well often face obstacles such as early marriages, teenage pregnancies, and economic constraints, which hinder their access to education beyond a certain point. By the time they're 11, they've dropped out of school, and sometimes the household prefer their male child to go to school and drop the women out. So we have that issue. Interventions. I work for I'm a president of the BPW, Business Professional Women, which is in 5 continents and 116 countries around the world. So the mission is to nurture the business, professional, and leadership potential of women through advocacy, education, mentoring and networking, capacity building, and obviously economic empowerment initiatives. With BPW, we recently partnered with UN Women to establish the first network of gender-specific business incubator, accelerator stroke, paving the way for female enterprises to thrive. The groundbreaking initiative will begin in Sierra Leone and Niger, with plans for expansion across Africa, eventually to hold the first Women Entrepreneurship Expo, a flagship program of the UN Women. It's only being done in Central Asia and Europe, so they want to have the first one in Africa, which get all the women together in one place where you sell producers, sellers, and everybody, and investors all in one place. Furthermore, to do that, we'll be implementing the train-to-training program, TOT, to equip these women as certified coaches, because we believe handheld throughout from the early stage to the end, and technical, because we'll be working mostly with women in agriculture. So it's whether you're the site in your field, inputs right down to production and export, holding hands, coaching, and taking it. We believe that has worked. Studies have shown that it has worked, and that's what we plan to do. While progress has been made with the passage of the Gender Equality and Empowerment Bill in 2022, which mandates a minimum of 30% quota for women in public office, there's still much work to be done to achieve the gender parity. The private sector, the UN Women Empowerment Principles, have also tried to work on that area with we have one of the largest telecom, Africell, which has started putting women at the top positions. So they've signed up to that principle that they will be doing that. So we are working on other private sector companies to do the same. So not just the public, like you were talking about quota earlier in the other meeting, it's a start, even with the political side of things, but there's a lot of work to be done. And we have networking events that we do as well. We partner with there's another one that's for women in entrepreneurship, which provides platforms to showcase achievements of women who are breaking barriers in the traditional, apart from the traditional sector. So they're now into art, creativity, media, energy and all of that, not just the usuals as they used to do. So a lot of the young people as well are very tech savvy. Lessons learned throughout my experience working in various communities, particularly in the rural areas, and I even worked for UNIDO for a period. I've learned the importance of engaging elders and husbands as stakeholders in our programs, and I think we talked about that earlier. By involving them, we instill confidence in allowing women and children to participate, because when we do trainings, they don't allow their women, they're very suspicious. So we have to really get them to come to some of these trainings to see what's happening so they feel confident with their women. It's still a male-dominated society, and there's a long way for some of the women to make it, but we've come a long way. Additionally, I'm encouraged by the innovative solutions being developed by our youth, particularly addressing the environmental challenges such as plastic pollution, which is prevalent in our country. It's not biodegradable, and we use a lot of that. And we've got young people, I have some entrepreneurs who collect and recycle with the youths to mitigate the environmental harm and empower them economically as well. So they produce things like bags and slippers and briquettes that we use for tiling and things like that out of recycling the waste. So we need more of those, but there's a lot of innovative solutions coming across. Yeah, I'm truly excited about the work we're doing to promote women's advancement. And as we know, studies have shown that investing in women yield good returns. So let us continue to uplift the women anyway in our societies and just continue the work.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your intervention, your information. Go back to Ms. Afnan.
Yes.
I'll be talking a little bit more about Bahrain.
Yes.
Bahrain is very well known to integrate women in all aspects, whether in business or in politics. And if you look at the numbers internationally, Bahrain is usually one of the top countries in the Arab world for business economic kind of inclusiveness of women. How did you do this? Is it laws, regulations, or is it culture, or you force yourself to be on that level?
Well, it's a combination of all, I must say. We have, first of all, formal education started in Bahrain back in 1926 or 28, but 2 years before that it has started as an initiative from the people of Bahrain. And after that, in Bahrain, we don't have much resources like the rest of the GCC countries. So women work here as breadwinners. The family depends on the income of the income earned by men and women equally. Also, the culture of Bahrain, it encourages women to work and, be creative. And I must say, I salute men in Bahrain. They are very much in support of women. We never had a conflict between men and women. In fact, on the contrary, always the men had been supportive. As an example, the Chamber of Commerce, it is the board membership is by election, not by quota. And in 2005, or even before that, there was one woman out of 18. And after a few years, we started having 5 out of the 18 women elected. So that was really great. Now we have 3 out of the 18. So this is a testament of how much the men are in support of women. Of course, this goes back a step back to the father, to the husband who's supporting the woman at the different stages of their life. Then I must say, if we could just look at some of the figures, it will be indicative. In the private sector, women participation is 35%. And in the public sector, it's nearly 46. And in some ministries like health and education, it reaches up to 63. In board participation, 17% are women. And we do not have a quota, we have a practice. It's not just a quota, it's not compulsory, but there is conviction. And not only that, I must say here, I'll take this a step further, a step back. Back in 2003, I was in the Businesswomen Society. I was the president then. And we went to the Economic Development Board and said, why we don't have enough women on the boards? And they said, we don't know how to get to them. So, we came up with a list from the Bahrain Businesswomen Society, gave it to the CEO of EDB at that time, and we said, here's the list. They started appointing women, and the women did brilliantly and just kept on rolling, and now we have 17%. So it's a combination, as I said, men plus the women doing their part, the society acknowledging the role of women, because we are a very small nation. Population is very small. We cannot afford to lose a single hand of any citizen, leave alone half of the population. So this is the way. So in the commercial registration, women comprise 41% of the commercial registration. This is besides working from home, besides on the Instagram or virtual, CR and that. So this is giving you just a glimpse. I can go and on with the statistics, but this is the reality.
Thank you.
And we really think that Bahrain, we have passed empowerment. We are now in the stage of progression of women. We don't use the word empowerment anymore. And we have a real success story for women in Bahrain. We have a Supreme Council for women. We have laws that have positive discrimination for women, whether to finance or to other. We have actually packages that are for Bahraini women or any company that's 51% owned by Bahrainis through Bahrain Development Bank and other banks. Thank you.
Thank you. We always say financing, money is the issue, because we had a roundtable discussion about 2 hours ago here. And we did talk about mentorship, training, access to education, all of that. But the bottom line at the end of the day, it's access to finance and have money on the table for entrepreneurs to be able to do the job. So I think our financial institutions now, it's becoming more creative than just a regular banking system. We have new creative ideas with the digital kind of technology. And I think access to finance, this is the crucial issue, to be able to, for our entrepreneurs and our women actually, to able to excel and to do their businesses. So thank you, and Bahrain, this is a good exercise actually to learn from. Russia, we know that Russia has big numbers of women participation in the economy. For you, where do you see your niche? What is the most success story that you have, and how did you do it? I mean, the culture in Russia is different from the Arab countries, from the MENA region, of course, but still challenges female do face all over the world. What's the percentage of female participation in the economy in Russia, and how did you achieve that? Yes.
У вас в России другая культура, отличается от арабских стран. Поэтому я бы хотела узнать, какая успешная история у вас была в России на этом уровне? На уровне ассоциации.
We need to go there because we have something to do. Because people have to travel.
Вы знаете...
In brief, please, and just 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute. На самом деле у нас женщины, которые находятся в ассоциации, они работают и в нефтегазовом секторе.
لدينا السيدات الذين يشتغلون ويعملون في هذه المنظمة هم يعملون في المنظمات التي تتعلق بالنفط أيضا.
И в тяжелой промышленности.
وأماكن الصناعة الثقيلة المتعبة.
В легкой промышленности, то есть очень активные и влиятельные в банковском секторе.
وإنهم يعملون أيضا في مجال البنوك والصناعات المختلفة.
У нас самый высокий процент женщин в совете директоров во всем мире, члены совета директоров.
وأيضا لدينا نسبة عالية من النساء هم في المجالس العالمية على صعيد العالم.
У нас есть женщины-миллиардеры, которые сами заработали этот миллиард не по наследству.
وأيضا لدينا النساء والسيدات اللواتي كان لديهم الأعمال الخاصة وهم عملوا هذه الأموال بنفسهم.
Один маленький момент, такой маленький успех, совсем маленький. Но это делается всегда, большие дела с малого начинаются.
وكما نعلم أن كل الكبير هو يبدأ من خطوات صغيرة وبسيطة جدا.
В одном регионе мы провели Леди 007, обучили девочек бизнесу, как правильно выстраивать бизнес.
في إحدى المناطق قمنا بتعليم السيدات والنساء كيف يمكن أن يفتتحوا الأعمال الخاصة بهم.
Училось 300 человек, она стала победительницей. Училось 300 и стало 10 стали победителями.
لقد تعلم هناك 300 سيدة وشابة وكان هناك الفائزين 10 أشخاص.
И эта девочка хотела построить фабрику по производству упаковки.
وهذه الشابة أرادت أن تقوم بتأسيس بتغليف الأشياء والهدايا.
И победительницы встретились с губернатором, и он говорит: я вам дам денег на эту фабрику, и через 6 месяцев она ее построила.
وهذه الشابة هي تقابلت مع عمدة المدينة وقال لها أنا سوف أعطيك التمويل اللازم لهذا المصنع، وخلال 6 أشهر قامت بالفعل بإعمال وإعمار هذا المصنع.
И он сказал очень важную вещь: я лучше дам деньги человеку, который учится.
وهو قال بضع الكلمات المهمة: أنا الأفضل لي أن أعطي المصاري والنقود لشخص يتعلم.
شكرا.
Thank you. شكرا. Ms. Reem, Ms. Gam, do you have any other remarks that you want to add? Anything else that you want to add before we close? Okay. I think I have remarks from, unfortunately they said that we have to close. Sorry. Alwilna?
بس نحط
ايه أريم دكتورة ريم. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Reem.
Yeah.
This question is for Mina, Businesswoman Network. How can Jordanians or other local countries benefit from the MENA Businesswoman Network? Maybe if you can, Dr. Musaffiran, put...
Yeah.
There's a slide actually at the end that will be presented, but in short.
Yeah. May I ask to put the slide for my contacts on the screen, please?
There's a
we go back to my presentation.
The MENA Businesswoman Network presentation, please.
There is, the last slide has got my contacts. If you could just put it on the screen. Thank you very much.
Now, the MENA Businesswoman Network is a network between the Arab countries, and now we have almost 10 countries that are involved. So we meet together and we do the network together. The next project for us is, after the establishment of the network, is to have this platform, and this platform will be towards doing the network in trade, in training, and in networking. So, and hopefully, Dr. Reem Baghdadi will be a member of this, and through her organization, the network will be enlarged in Jordan. And any other organization in Jordan or outside of Jordan who would like to be part of this network, they're more than welcome. In Jordan, they will apply. I represent Jordan. Mr. Afran represents Bahrain. Ms. Reem represents Egypt, and we have all the other countries that have been shown. So it's an agreement between Jordan Chamber of Commerce and any other organization in Jordan that will be part of the network. The network will help in networking, attending conferences, exchange information, and also trade and services. Mostly women, of course. Men are more than welcome, but it's a priority, of course, is for women. So in short, this is what the network does. So this is an invitation for you, ladies and gentlemen, to be part of the network which is established. And now Ms. Afnan will put the contact list, so you can really send an email or a note, and then we'll be more than happy to discuss it further with you. In Russia, we're expanding outside of the region with Russia. As an example, we did an MOU 2 days ago with Russia, so that will have a bigger network outside of the MENA region. So that's actually, in short, what we do. With this, I would like to thank you all for your patience and participation, and thanks to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much. And I will give the floor to Dr. Hashim Hussein. The floor is all yours, Dr. Hashim Hussein. Thank you, Dr. Hashim. Thank you, UNIDO, for giving us this chance.
Yeah, group photo, please. Please don't leave the room. Stay in the room, please. Isa?
الساحة كلها كنت
Isa? Okay, so now let me first, I want to thank the entrepreneurs, the guests, the VIPs, the dignitaries, the experts, the speakers for accepting our invitation to attend the 5th World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. If you look at your tables, we have put a sector on each table, okay? So accordingly, once we finish this closing setup, we would like each one to go and sit on the table that suits the business he is working in, because we will convert this room into a bilateral meetings so that entrepreneurs can connect, experts can speak and deliberate together. I'm asked to put you on hold till we get Dr. Hashim in the room. And once Dr. Hashim finishes his closing remarks, we will call on all of you to come to the stage, because this is a practice we do in all of our WEIF events, is we take a big, huge group photo, okay? So people can be standing in front, people can go on the stage, and then we will take the group photo. So we have someone who's missing in action. We need to look for Dr. Hashim. He's been all over the place for the past 3 days, and now the day you want him the most, he just disappears. I want to say something. Please, can you just listen to me, because it's been an extremely long 3 months with very sleepless nights and hundreds of emails, coordinating visas, hotels, airport pickups. I just want to say a warm thank you to all the volunteers who supported this event. I know in the last 2 weeks, every time I'm leaving the office, me and the guys around 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, one young guy walks in and says, you're leaving? And I say, who the hell are you? He says, I'm a volunteer. I'm packing the bags. I'm doing the badges. So we used to leave and leave them in the office with our security guy. And then we tell them, once they leave, make sure you lock the office. And when we used to come next morning, you'll find them in your, what can I do? I have nothing to do. Tell me what I need to do. So these volunteers, these are Bahraini young people. I am sure each one of ITPO Bahrain staff has a special relationship with 1 or 2 or 3 of the volunteers. One volunteer I'm afraid of. Every time I see her outside, I try to run away from her, because she's very peculiar. I know one guy, he had an issue yesterday. He dealt with it in an extremely professional manner, in all ethics and in all diplomacy. He sorted the issue, very nicely. So I really thank you volunteers all for raising the name of Bahrain. Okay. He wants to come. So I can start doing jokes now and do stand-up comedy. Yeah.
Well, I didn't want this moment to come. I didn't want to say goodbye and see you, but we have to do that. Well, over the last 3 days, we have seen the vibes happening in this whole area, outside, in the exhibition, which really shows, as Madam Haidar said in the plenary session, that opening the UNIDO ITPO in Bahrain was the right decision, because we have achieved to develop from Bahrain to the world a global program to develop skills, to bring entrepreneurs, startups, the community of SMEs and startups at the global level to support the entrepreneurs, which is now in the core heart of the Sustainable Development Goals. The story of the WEIF, which started in 2015, the success of the WEIF for the last 10 years, it is because of you. It is because of the global entrepreneurs coming today in this forum from 84 countries, from the supporters, from the sponsors, mainly the Arab Bank for the Economic Development of Africa, which they have been doing a great job to support us in bringing delegates, entrepreneurs, speakers, ministers for the last 5 World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum, by being the main sponsor for the last 10 years to assist entrepreneurs mainly from sub-Saharan Africa. The attribute goes today to Sidi Waltah, the president of the Arab Bank for the Economic Development. But there are a lot of shoulders and enablers and thinkers behind what we have today, the Bahrain model. Entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Dr. Abdurrahman Ali Taha to come to the stage. Dr. Abdurrahman Ali Taha, he was the founder and the chairman of ISIC, the Islamic Corporation for Insurance and Investment. 25 years back, we started discussion on how we can improve quality of life through entrepreneurship and innovation, especially through entrepreneurs. And this is how the story started, by developing the Bahrain model and UNIDO program, the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program. Please, Dr. Ar-Rahman, if you can give us a few words.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hashim. Indeed, it was a great pleasure for me in my previous assignment as the CEO of the Islamic Corporation for Insurance and Investment, which is part of the Islamic Development Group, where I was assigned the management of the Islamic Development Bank Group Investment Promotion Technical Assistance Program. And I would say without the technical support and capability of UNIDO through the ITPO and the unlimited energy and initiative of Dr. Hashim, our program would not have succeeded and would not have had any meaningful contribution. And I think all the participants in this great occasion will agree to me is that there are so many people, organizations, entrepreneurs who contributed to the success of the Bahrain model. But without the unlimited energy and imagination of Dr. Hashim, this whole affair would not have come to realization. So it is not myself, it is not the other contributors who deserve to be noted and awarded. I think the takreem and recognition should go to Dr. Hashim Hussein. Thank you very much.
And as you know, Dr. Abdurrahman originally comes from Sudan, an Arab, Afro citizen. He is from the African continent, from North and also sub-Saharan Africa, because we, the Sudan, is in the core of the African continent. So, Dr. Abdurrahman,
thank you.
We are going to have an awarding you by one of our most talented creative entrepreneur, Mrs. Nouria. Where is she? Mrs. Nouria, she is a talented creative entrepreneur in a very old profession, but she modernized it as in Nagda, all the people, and in Egypt they call it a talli. You know, you have it in so many countries. It is silver thread, maybe you have seen her in the exhibition. So we selected her to provide you the gift for you and for your spouse, Dr. Malal Wakil, which is also an activist and a professor for women empowerment. Please. Actually, the dress of Mrs. Haidara, as you can see how beautiful it is also being, yes. So you can even see the silver thread, you know, on cotton and linen. Thank you very much. Now we would like to ask just quickly the volunteers to come on stage. And we have, you have to announce that.
Yeah, sorry, just a second. I would like to ask Dr. Aranda Rizk, the Secretary General of the Arab Council for Social Responsibility. She has an appreciation award to be given to Dr. Hashim. I'm running out of jokes to spend the time. Okay. Now, please, as an appreciation to our army of volunteers, you can come to the stage, please. Quick.
I will admit, without them, we couldn't achieve what we have today. السلام عليكم. وين أمير؟ أمير؟ Where is Amir? He's here. تفضل.
Everyone come to the stage, please. You can stand down. It's up to you. Sam is down, yalla. Yalla. Ubaidli, Mr. Ubaidli. You're the youngest volunteer, yalla habibi.